I absolutely love that PayPal added some new higher fees to put me on hold for like 40 minutes. Amazing, fascinating, fascinating, as some YouTube commenters type. Fascinating. I've technically been needing to do it for quite a while now. They had previously this thingy called the micropayments, static micropayments, where if you received a payment of I think below $10, $11, something like that, maybe as high as 12 or 15, they would take off a flat rate from whatever your payment fees are. But now they updated it to a new dynamic fee, dynamic microtransactions, dynamic payments, where it scales based off how much more it is, still below their threshold of like, I think it's at $16. And so I finally, after like 3 years, I finally decided to call them. They put me on hold. So the process is so annoying. You have to go to their website. You have to go to their call me. Have to scroll all the way down to find their contact phone number, and then they give you a 6-digit passcode for quote faster customer support, and on this supposed faster customer support, 20 minutes on hold. That's pretty fast, I guess. For all that extra money they're siphoning off of me. And so the first lady, she answered, and her name was Amy. She was nice. She asked me for my name and what I could do, or what she could do for me. I asked her for the micropayments. She said, "Okay, cool. I'll transfer you over to the merchants people." Another 10 minutes of hold. And then this other lady, I didn't hear her because I was doing the dishwasher and I was in the kitchen. And I had to run back over here, and I didn't catch her name. She also asked me for my name, and then I asked her about the microtransactions, and she said, "Yeah, okay, sure, we can do that." And then she was clacketing away. And then I started typing on my computer. And I think because I started typing, that kind of... maybe it's my fault. Maybe I pissed her off. And then she put me on hold after like being in silence, silently clicking on her end for like a minute or two. So she put me on hold. And then I was on hold for like another 5 minutes. Oh, she confirmed that, yes, we can do that. Yes, she can give me the microtransactions. And then she put me on hold when I bombarded her ears with my keyboard. With my super loud mechanical keyboard. I don't know if you can hear it. And then the next lady, she picked up, took me off hold, but she couldn't hear me. It worked. I don't know if it was on their end or my end. I assume it's on my end because sometimes my phone doesn't work, doesn't receive texts or calls, and it drops the call, and it's very fucky-wucky. And I don't know if it's the SIM card or the phone, but I'm pretty sure I had the same issue with the previous phone, even though it had the same SIM card. So I hope they're going to continue to send it through so I can get the microtransactions, and they siphon less of my money away, less of your money away when you donate. I hope that's what happens, but I don't think so. I do not have high hopes for PayPal. They seem to be quite hesitant to be fair. They are a big company, after all. And yeah, that's how this tale ended. And by the way, if you enjoy the content, if you enjoy my hours of rambling and analysis and spooky ghost stories and spooky big feats and spooky Elamaus and my philosophical takes and my takes on the news, you can support me on these links here, which are now on screen. And you can reach this page at taplink.cc/babysword. You can support the show with a tip on Streamlabs. $3 or more will get you an alert, kind of like this.
Wait. Okay, go.
This is a test donation for
So
$3.
you get a cool animation like that, and the bot will read your message. Well, we'll just call her my girlfriend. You can summon my girlfriend for $3 or more. She's kind of shy, so she only appears when you're brave enough to show your support for the show. So you can do that for $3 or more, or you can go to Subscribe Star, support me for as little as $1 a month, which isn't a lot, but it means a lot because it means I can do so much more, little by little. The man who moves a mountain begins by carrying small stones, and I can definitely use the small stones that you can toss over my way for some life-changing surgeries. Trust me, bro, I can turn it into life-saving, life-changing surgeries. It'll be totally worth it. Also, if you have Amazon Prime, if you're paying Jeff Bozo for Amazon Prime, you can get a free tier 1 sub on Twitch. You're already paying for it, might as well toss over your Amazon Prime to me and help me on the way to greatness. No doubt about that. And Slytherin will help you on the way to greatness. Not Slytherin, eh? And so if you want to see my Slytherin a bit more, you can definitely head ogre. Use your Amazon Prime. You're already paying for it. If you're not sending me your Amazon Prime, you're literally throwing money into a fire. Would you rather I have it and use it for important surgeries and more RB and the Chief episodes? I think so. That sounds like a pretty good deal. And lastly, you can click on those Amazon links down there, which your purchases help send me a couple monies as well. If you're already going to buy stuff on Amazon, click those links. Oh, and also lastly right there, that third one that I missed, you can buy my stories and my poems at the Sophie Storehouse. You can get some pretty cool philosophical, some of them are even sciencey based, which may or may not be space related. A space related poem that's pretty cool. There's no Ayla Miles in that one though, unfortunately. I think maybe these days I would be more willing to write Ayla Miles stories and Ayla Miles poems. And I also have a couple of little political stuffs, maybe a little bit. My frustrations with the stupidity going on in the House of the Whites. So yeah, those are ways you can support the show. Just know that PayPal may or may not take a portion of your stuffs. Also, for those of you who are listening and or on mobile, I recommend the Brave browser so you can listen to YouTube, you can listen to the stream, you can listen to the show while the browser is not on screen and or while your phone screen is off. Imagine paying YouTube for that privilege. What the heck? You can do it for free on Brave, which you can download at the App Store. You may have to wiggle the stick a little bit and press the desktop view and the settings a couple times for it to permanently accept your desire to listen to YouTube while having your phone screen off. So, yep, these are the ways you can support the stream if you enjoy the stream and if you have a good time here. Easy peasy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Okay. I remember. We're gonna start off today with that dream that I had yesterday. Let me grab a new... Where is Excalibur? Here we go, Excalibur. I hate that it starts on light mode. How about you be more reasonable and instead go to dark mode. What is it? Shift Alt D. Shift Alt D. Okay, that's, oh my god, that's gonna give you a seizure. Gonna give you guys a live seizure audio ASMR stream if I do that again by accident. Okay, I mean, I guess I don't really need to draw it actually. Okay, so spooky dream. What the heck? The background changed. Hey, listen. Oh, Botrix is on YouTube now. What the heck? What's up, Botrix? I guess I'll turn off the other ones. Turn off this one and this one. Let me just check, see if it works. If I do supportive smile, or actually do Asian Mike Wazowski. Asian Mike. Does it show up on the stream, the chat ogrely? Let's give it a couple seconds. Oh, there it is. What's up, buddy? I didn't see you yesterday. Where'd you go? Okay. So, spooky dream. So, the dream, it was me and Paul Addins. We were in it seemed like a New York City subway train car. Kind of. It was kind of like, but not exactly. I don't know how we got there. I don't know where we were going. But one of the first stations that I remember that we arrived to was like a normal New York City subway station. It was well lit. The walls were tiled. There was a nice design on the walls with all of these tiles. And it said the street that you were currently at. I don't know if there were many people there, but it was a normal subway, a normal New York City subway station. And then we proceeded to some more stations later on. I assumed it was later on. I don't know if I remember every single station we went to. But as we moved to more subsequent stations, the later on stations, it seemed as if the lighting was getting darker and darker. And I suppose, I think they were all equally empty. Probably. Maybe. I don't exactly recall. But hold on a second, where's this thing? Okay, let's do that. Send that. Oh, I forgot to also send the other Discord thing. Let's send that. Okay, so the subsequent stations were getting darker and darker, poorly and poorlier lit each time. Apparently, for some reason. Who knows why? And then I shifted my focus to inside the train car. And there were, from what I remember, there were at least 3 other guys. So I think I was sitting on like a set of chairs, a set of seats at the very front of the train. My back was facing out of my back was facing to the front, where the front window would be. So we're at the very front of the train, and we're sitting there with our back to the front of the train, and we're looking backwards into the rest of the car. And there are 3 guys there. They seem sort of like miners, I guess. Like if they go to mine some copper or something. I think I have this image in my head. If we go to look up Penumbra Red, there's this character in the Penumbra games whose name is Red. Tom Redwood character. Oh, awesome. I'm a little bit coffee today. Not the good kind of coffee, the bad kind of coffee. So I think after the dream, I had the image of this guy in my head. He's pretty spooky. He has very long hair and very long beard, and he has like a miner's helmet on with a a light at the front of the helmet of the hard hat. And so as the stations were getting progressively darker, we were going further and further down the train line. The inside of the train car was also getting darker and darker. I think they were lit. I think there were lights inside of the subway car, but then eventually it also got dark inside the car. The lights either went off, or maybe they were run off solar or something. I have no idea. And then finally, at the conclusion, at the very end of the subway line, the very end of the subway line, it was super duper dark as fuck. There was like no lights. I don't know if we were underground or outdoors, and there was like there were no lights anywhere at all. I don't know if there was moonlight and that's how I could see a little bit, or if it were underground and there were like maybe one or two lights every, I don't know, far enough away distance that it's hard to see, but I could see a little bit. And so these miner guys, so they had lights of their own. I don't know if it was like they had a lantern in their hands, or if it was like on their helmet on a hard hat. And I had to use my phone light as well. I think this was the last stop, the very last stop. They got off, and then they walked back, I guess the back of this spooky sort of abandoned train station. They walked back toward the direction where the train came. They knew where they were going, apparently. I guess they work here, or they live here. They live here, I guess. And so then me and Paul Addins got off because this was the last stop. So we got off, and it was like, I think maybe Fallout 4 takes place in Boston, right? Fallout 4 subway. I think I may have seen gameplay or screenshots of this, and maybe this is part of the reason why this stream was sort of, what the heck? It was sort of similar to this. It was not it was not this well lit, however, at all. It was way darker. It was way darker enough that you needed your phone for some light, your phone's flashlight for some light. I have the technology. Let me play with it on Photoshop. Okay, let's grab let's turn down the brightness. I think the contrast as well. I don't know if what's gonna show up on stream or on your screen of whatever kind it is, whether it's mobile or desktop. I don't know if it's gonna look the same for you as it does for me. But this looks pretty dark. This is probably pretty accurate to what a light would be like at this final destination subway station. It's probably fairly representative of what it looked like. And the columns here, they were also in a state of decay and disrepair, just like this. Maybe worse. And like I said, I couldn't tell if we were outdoors and there was a little bit of moonlight, or if we were indoors and there was just enough light that you could see outlines of certain things that weren't the wall or the ground. So we got off, me and Paul Addins, and then the train continued onward, off toward the wherever their final places where they can do the U-turn. And we were like just exploring. We're curious. We were very curious, and so we were just like walking around, looking around. I don't know if we had a destination in mind, or if, I don't think we were expecting to show up here, but we did. And I guess at this point I do sort of need to draw a little bit. So this is the platform here on the left. And then the tracks go down this way. And there's a bit of a curve toward the thing. It curves off toward the right like this. And the same thing for the other tracks going the other way. Also curves like that. I think it was quite a bit more... I think the curve was more profound. Profound? What's the word I'm looking for? It was much... not steep. It was much more angled than this. And then the platform on the other side. Kind of like this. So I'm waiting here at the platforms. I'm waiting over here. And then Paul Adams wants to go look at the tracks, see where it leads. And there's some columns over here that are like, it looks like a giant or something, like the Iron Giant bonked it. And then it got like shattered to pieces. Over toward the direction where the tracks were going. So Paul Adams goes to investigate, and he's like on the tracks. He crosses the tracks to this other side, and then I think we both hear and or see another train coming from the other direction while Paul Adams is on the tracks that train is gonna be moving through. So he fucking runs back this way. And he almost fucking died. Because he was fucking spookily curious. And then the train comes. The train almost came on top of him. But luckily he ended up not dying. So he gets to live and survive and fight another day. And then the train leaves and goes back up the direction that we came from. Wherever that may be. I still have no idea. And then we explore. We go to the other side of the platform. We go look around. It's still the entire time it's still super duper dark. There's nobody else here. There's no benches to sit on, I don't think. There's no exits that we can see. And I think eventually we manage to get all the way back home. I don't know if there's another train that comes, we get on that and go back, or if we just teleport back home, or the dream cuts to another day, or something like that. You know how dreams go. You have your own experiences with dreams. So then we're back home. And we're discussing this subway ride and this place that we went to, this subway station. I don't know if we're reading something on the news or on our phones, or there's a news report on TV, but somehow it comes to our attention. Oh, okay, no. I think what happens is we were looking at our phone's location data. And so we were trying to figure out where this train took us to, what the entire path was. And I don't know exactly what order it happened in, but some of these phrases were uttered. Some of this information came to light. The train took us. We were only going south. We were in America. We were only traveling south, and yet somehow the train took us to Canada, even though that 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 railroad, those tracks only lead south. So somehow we ended up in the dark, decaying, destroyed, distant land of Canada. and and I guess that's the experience of Canada in my dreams. And I guess those were Canadian miners or something. And what else did we learn? Fuck, there were like maybe one or two other things. I kind of forgot now. Okay, let me think. Let me put on me thinking caps. Me thinking capsula. Fuck, I lost it. Whatever. I should have written down some more notes about the dream, other than just the fact that it was a train. But what we did, we took the train again just to go see that spooky that spooky abandoned destroyed subway station again. And I think the second time around I woke up. So yeah, I don't know. We're doing some urban exploring, looking at some Fallout inspired subway stations, and and that was my dream. That was a pretty fun dream. I liked it. It wasn't super spooky. It wasn't a nightmare. It wasn't terrifying. It was fun. It was a fun dream. And I enjoyed having it, and I would like to have more pretty cool, interesting dreams like that, where I somehow end up in the destroyed, ruined land of Canada. I did have another dream like a month ago. I wrote it down in my dream notes. I don't remember too much other than I think it was like a week after the Barbie movie came out, and what I recall, it seemed like it was in New York. We were outside of an elevated New York subway platform. Go get an image for reference. New York elevated subway. Here's a good picture. So one of these subways that are raised up above the road rather than an underground one. So we were like outside of this. We were, I guess it was just me. I was near the entrance, a set of stairs leading up into a subway station like this. And then for some reason, Barbie is there. Margot Robbie was there. And she was walking to the subway station as well. And I think she had like pink high heels. I imagine there's something like that in the movie. Barbie movie pink heels. Okay, no, they were more like platforms. In the movie, she has like regular stiletto heels, it looks like. So this is what's in the movie. And give me this one. This one looks more like it. And this is what she had in the dream. It's more like platform boots. Platform heels, rather. So it was daytime. She was walking toward the train station just like I was. And and she had feet. And then we went onto the subway station. And there were a bunch of people there. And I think like in the movie, she was walking she had her feet in this curved position as if she were wearing heels, but she had no heels, and everybody was admiring her feet. And so it's kind of like that scene in Spider-Man 2 where they save they save Peter Parker and lift him up into a Christ-like figure where he's in a cross, where he's T-posing, and then they drag him and pull him and gently lay him down on the floor of the subway, and and they're all amazed that Spider-Man is such a young kid, and except in my dream, everybody was admiring Barbie's feats, like in that scene in Spider-Man 2. And I don't know why, but that was the dream. And I don't know why I had that dream, but I guess I did, and I appreciate that I had that dream. I enjoyed that dream, and I would like to have more dreams like that. That'd be pretty cool. Pretty cool. I don't think I had much more details than that. Even a month ago when I had that dream, but that's about it. That's about it. All I can think of, all I can recall. I think it's this. Lollies Mexican cravings. Have you cheated on your wife with a couple of lolly tacos? Oh my goodness. Couple of lollies tacos. We understand. They're so good. Why share? Where's the crema? You got the cilantros there poking out like hairs. You got the meat in there inside the lolly tacos. Where's the crema? What the heck? Literally actually cringe yourself. Literally actually. I'm just gonna have to keep an eye on my emails here, see if PayPal sends me a confirmation that they're going to give me the lower fees, but I don't think so, like I said earlier. Very unfortunate. Okay. I had a couple of videos saved up. Let's see, let's start with this one. I've been seeing this pop up in my recommended for a little while now. This video title is called Want to be Rich? Drive a Beater POS. This guy's face looks familiar for some reason. I don't know why. His channel's name is Uneducated Economist. And right off the bat, I 100% agree with his conclusion, with his take, just by reading the title. Literally, actually. I think maybe this also goes perfectly in line with the idea from yesterday about being needed and not being needy. It's possible that social media is a dangerous influence to most people because it emphasizes and focuses primarily on external factors that you want to share with others and that others want to share with you, that others want you to see. However, I think most of the time, almost 100% of the time, it's not what others think about you that matters. It's what you think about yourself. I think that's one of the core one of the core elements that leads you to better outcomes than all of the chaos, the disorder, the dysfunction that we see pop up in the news. But if it bleeds, it sells. So they have to report the bad stuff. If they report the good stuff, no one's gonna watch. No one's interested. That doesn't make you spooked. That doesn't make you buy stuff. That doesn't make you be concerned and raise your anxiety. They spook you first, and then they say, buy this, buy things from our sponsor to secure your future, to make your world a little better, a little safer. And yeah, it's what you think about yourself. That's where you get real confidence, real strength. And so all of these what's the meme? How many times he says Bugatti, right? It's the nobody gives a shit about your expensive car except shallow people. Shallow people are not the kind of people, one, you want in your life, two, whose opinions should matter that highly to you, and three, the people who are probably who are not worth from my perspective, someone who is shallow like that is probably they probably don't have incredibly high internal personal standards. And I think that's the goal we should all aspire to: internal personal standards, internal personal comfort, internal confidence. And so yeah, who gives a fuck what kind of a car you drive? What I care about mostly is my bank account, my safety, my ability to have a well-stocked fridge with yummy candies and Takis and foods, and not any lolly tacos. But you really don't need much. I definitely know for a fact that I don't need much. And if I don't need much, you don't need much. So, easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Okay, let me pull up my... Oh, no, hold on. Let me hide this first. I got a couple of file names I don't want you to see. Okay, here's my Kuromi Spooky Weens background. And now let's get started with this guy's video. Want to be rich? Drive a beater POS by Uneducated Economist.
Good afternoon, everybody. Uneducated Economist here. So I thought I'd read you guys this email and give you my response to it, because I thought it was a pretty good email that a lot of us should probably be thinking about. It doesn't really have to do anything with the banking system, but just kind of more personal choices in life. Now, listen to this. I just found your YouTube channel 3 days ago. I enjoy your insights and will definitely be watching in the future. I do agree that new cars can be a waste of money, and often are, but sometimes it's just unavoidable. I think your basic assumption that someone would have a nice car because of vanity is very short-sighted. I drive 45 minutes each way to work, and with a stop at 2 here and there, or with a stop or 2 here and there, that's easily 2 hours a day, every day in my car. So what is wrong with paying a small portion to be comfortable in life? Isn't that why we're all learning about the economy and wanting to make more money in the first place? I speak of work. Many people cannot use the car breakdown excuse more than once or twice in a lifetime at their employer, and it would just be too risky driving a beater all the time. The most important reason it is good to have a nice car is for safety. Imagine your wife is driving home with your 3 kids late night on a weekend from softball tournament. Would you rather be driving a 20-year-old Hyundai or a new Buick? think of all the hours driving kids to school, soccer, swimming, karate, and everything they have to do, and all the
Cheating.
time you spend sitting in the car and want to be comfortable and safe for that reason. I do agree with your premise that buying a vehicle for vanity is a very wasteful and even stupid. But the assumption that
Stupido.
seemed to come across is that anybody in a nice car is being foolish with their money. That is just my take on it. Thanks for your time and all the good videos. Cheers, Ben. Ben, thank you very much for the email, and thank you very much for your opinion on this matter, because this is something that I think about quite a bit. You know, I drive probably two of the ugliest vehicles in Astoria. I kid you not. Like, these are some pretty old cars. Over the last 4 years, I probably spent, well, $1,700 in vehicles and maybe another $500 or $600 in tires and maintenance. So over the course of the last 4 years or so, my vehicle expense has been incredibly low, very low. Insuring with liability on 2 old vehicles doesn't cost much. Now, I agree. Driving old vehicles, you are taking your chance. They are not the most reliable vehicles in the world. But the vehicles that I have purchased, although they are old, are fairly reliable vehicles. And like anything else out there, you always have to have a backup. So you have to have 2 of them. $1,700 over 4 years is incredibly good for even 1 vehicle, let alone 2. Now, when it comes to safety and transporting the kids, I totally agree. Newer vehicles, more reliable vehicles, that is definitely something that you should have in your decision making when it comes to the vehicles that you are purchasing. Now, I'm talking about myself. Generally, if you have a family, most of the time you're going to have 2 vehicles. So 1 vehicle for the purpose of what you're speaking, as far as transporting the kids and having safe and reliable and being able to, be confident that that's the abilities that you have with that vehicle. I'm speaking for myself, and I'm speaking from being completely broke and how to get out of debt and how to acquire money and how to become rich. And if you want to be rich, you have to drive a POS, period. That's what I've come to the conclusion. Because so much money is wasted in vehicles. It's wasted in insurance, it's wasted in maintenance, it's wasted in fuel, and it's wasted in the interest that you pay on it, the depreciation that's in it. I think about the vehicle that my wife had purchased. At the time that she had purchased it, we just got a call from the dealership that she had got, from the dealer who had sold it to her, saying that, hey, that vehicle that we had sold you is now worth $4,000 more than what you owe on it. Do you want to trade it in? Use that equity. See, now she's buying an asset, something that's worth more than what she owes on it. That's pretty cool. That's not too often you find vehicles that do that. It's all about the decisions that you make with your life. Now, again, I am very much in favor of people buying new vehicles, because if you are buying a new vehicle, you have the capabilities of doing it. Now, most people who are buying new vehicles really don't have the capabilities of doing it, and that's really the problem, is that it drains their life. See, I drive 2 old vehicles, and now I have money that I can go venture around with my kids with. I have money that I can invest. I have money that I can do a lot of things with. See, I don't stress about bills. I don't even stress about my vehicles being damaged. I did a video one time when the Toyota got sideswiped. I mean, it bothered me for all of about 30 seconds. Okay? It's because these vehicles, as far as the amount of effort and time and energy that I'm putting into it, is very low. My concern level is very low. And that's what I like about that. See, if it was the brand new Camaro that I really want to drive, well, I would be nervous about parking that in the Safeway parking lot. I would be nervous about driving that to work and leaving it there for some homeless person to smash the window on. Not that I'm terribly concerned about that, but if they happen to do it to my little S10 here, again, I would be bummed.
Where is this guy? California? If he's worried about homeless people, then definitely California. Major cities are the place to avoid. Does he specify? It's probably one of those things he just mentions in passing in a couple of videos. Oh, his P.O. box says Astoria, Oregon. How close is that to Portland? Let me go dox this guy. Go dox him real quick. Let's see. Oh, it's basically on the west coast. It's like a little bay leading from the Pacific Ocean that leads into a river into Oregon. And Astoria is like maybe there's like three major areas here, but I think it's very far away from Portland. If I'm reading this correctly, the legend's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 80 miles maybe from Portland. If we're just drawing a straight line, if you're driving, it might be like could be 100 miles. Let's do Astoria or directions. Astoria, Oregon. Portland, Oregon. 94.9 miles driving. Never heard of any of these over here. Astoria or Warrenton. Or Jeffers Garden. Oh, there's an airport over here. What's it called? Astoria Regional Airport. Never heard of any of these places, so I'm assuming it's small enough that I don't know nothing about it. So I assume the crime rate, the homeless rate, and the theft rate, the car burglary rate is quite low. But I could be wrong.
I would be upset, but my level of upset would be pretty low, considering the level of upsetness that you would have if it was the brand new Camaro. Now, on top of that, the Camaro is something I really want.
Oh my god. That's on his video.
The Camaro is something that
It's
I
not
really
me.
want. And when I want something in my
Speaking of crime.
life, it turns into a need, and a need is a negative. So you know what? I can already have the Camaro. That's the thing. See, I could purchase the Camaro today if I wanted to.
That's me. He's just like me, for real.
I could come up with the down payment. I could make the payments. I could pay for the insurance. I could make that happen in my life. I could have it, and I could drive it every day, and I would be super stoked to look super cool in that thing, because that's all I would really be looking for, right? I do want to be comfortable in my vehicles, right? You want to listen to music? This one came with a new stereo, and it actually has some decent speakers into it. Right?
Oh.
I drive 20 minutes to.
You gotta get an old car, and then you can buy cassettes at the thrift store, and you can listen to AC/DC on the original cassette. But it's kind of borked, because the reason it was at the thrift store is because someone's kid started chewing on the tape inside the cassette after unrolling it with a pencil, because he was curious.
To work. I actually have to go home every day to let the pit bull out, so she doesn't pee in the house. So 20 minutes there, 20 minutes back, that's 40 minutes. I don't drive. I mean, I drive almost as much, maybe not as much as you do, right? As far as Mr. Ben, yeah. You know, and I think about, like,
Oh fuck!
do people really look at what vehicle I'm driving? Like, I know a lot of people make fun of the Toyota because it has the headliner falling and it's all broken down, and they're asking if I was sleeping in my car and stuff like that. And it's all funny to hear, you know, but everybody who knows me knows that I work hard. Everybody who knows me knows that I have this YouTube channel going. Everybody who knows me knows that I'm out there doing bingo and trying hard and making things happen. They know that I could go get any vehicle I want. They don't care that I'm driving an S10, a 2001 S10. They don't care that I'm driving a 99 Toyota Corolla. Nobody cares about that. Right? Now, if I was to go and buy a Camaro, I would be doing it because of vanity. Period. And I really want to do it. And someday I will. Right? But I can't do it now because although I can't afford it, it's not what I have in my life right now. What I have in my life is things like investments, things like acquiring better possessions for the house, right? I mean, I just came out of being completely broke. I do not want a car. I don't want the stress of a car. I want the car. I don't want the stress of the car. Right? I don't want the payments. I don't want the insurance. I don't want the maintenance. I don't want to worry about it being damaged. I don't want any of that.
It's a
So the only thing I want is to look cool while I'm driving it. So yeah, for me, it would be completely vanity purposes, straight up. And I'm looking forward to the day I get to do it. And if that's a narcissistic thing to say, I don't care, right? I'm trying hard here, and someday I would like to be rewarded with that. You know, if it happens, awesome. If not, I'm enjoying the journey. So my camera cut out early on the video, but I couldn't leave you guys hanging, so I hope you enjoyed the video. Uneducated economist, you let me know.
I guess I'll take this as a moment to discuss personal finance. As I said at the beginning, before we even started, that I guess 100% agree with his philosophy and his outlook and his mindset. I have a lot of extreme financial goals that I need to reach. And I know that logically. I understand that emotionally, and I have the temperament to control my spending. Using that information about myself, I once had this principle, this policy with myself, a spending policy. What somebody, the way somebody else said it, who I heard it from, who I got it from, he said that there were two things. One is if you need something or if you want something, wait 3 days or 2 days. If you still need it, go ahead, you can buy it. The next one, which I think is much more important, especially for me, and I think it helps build restraint and self-control with spending. The guy said, if you can't afford 3 of them, then you can't afford 1 of them. So if it were 3 times the price, or if you had to buy and you had to buy 3, if you were forced to buy 3 and you can't afford it, then you can't afford 1. And I took that a step further. If I can't afford 5 of it, then I can't afford it. And because of the fact that I have expensive surgeries and student loans to deal with, I took that extreme to heart, and if I can't afford 5 of them, then I can't afford 1 of them. And I think when I was building my PC in 2017, may have been 2015, I don't exactly recall. I can check my Micro Center receipts in my emails if I really want to check. I think even back then, I could afford 3 PCs. I could afford to build, and I could afford the parts for 3 of this PC, or 3 to 5 times over. And so that's how I knew. That's how you know. I think that you have a healthy view and a healthy relationship with your monies, your money oneies. And I think more people would benefit greatly. First of all, from considering that, and secondly, from applying that and living. What the heck was that? The dishwasher? Give me a second. baby patches. It wouldn't surprise me if it's all connected. The consistent social media absorption, the fact that it mostly pushes for external, showy, flashy, exaggerated emotions and products. Wouldn't surprise me if that is helping to condition people younger that you can spend frivolously. Maybe that's where the government gets it from, because they watch a bunch of TikToks. And yeah, I don't. It's a constant fight. It's one of those things. Even if you listen to it, even if you understand it, if you don't apply it, then it's not as useful. But I think even hearing it, having it lodged in your mind, in the back of your head, that's a very good starting point. Where's my notes here? Okay. Let's do... Okay, so... let's do... mommy money tips. So the first one is wait, let's say 3 days. Wait 3 days. The next tip is if you can't afford, that's not a A, that's a O. Afford, let's say 3. If you can't afford 3 of it, you can't afford 1 of it. And then one of the things that this guy said who sent in this email was like, it's okay to have nice things. And yes, it is okay to have nice things if you can afford it. So I think a key thing here is your monies, which is, I think, another key thing that people need to reframe, reshift their thinking, their perspective, their paradigm, the way they understand the concept of money, is that your money is your labor. It's your work. It is your blood, sweat, and tears. It is your body, your time, your effort, your life converted into something that people will trade you with for things that you want or you need. I think if more people consider that, that's another good starting point. Oh fuck, there was another thingy I wanted, another concept, something about oh, okay, yeah, I remember now. Physical. Let me just write that down on the side here. Physical, we'll call it info. Okay, so this next one we'll just put your money is patches. Your money is patches. Hey, Patches. What's up, buddy? Your money actually can be patches. If you find this information informative, you can send over a couple tips. Or support the show for as little as $1 a month. And then I will use some of that to buy some snacks and food for Patches. And then she'll convert it into meows and into kitty hairs and into kitty naps and kitty purrs. And she'll renew and rejuvenate her cells. And she'll leave kitty hair all over my clothes. And then your money can be Patches. What's up, Patch? I do not have the camera connected, unfortunately. So no kitty cam for the time being. But do know that she is standing on my tablet, so I can't use it right now. I know what I'll do. I'll take a picture. Patches. Stay right there. Stay right there. Write that down. Write that down. Patches. Patches, look over here. What the? She's moving way too fast. Way too fast. Okay, well. I got a picture. I'll post it for supporters only in the Super Secrets chat on Discord, which you can unlock for as little as $1 a month on Subscribestar. What's up, Patches? What? What's that? You see the string? Look. What's the string doing? Whoa. Go get it. Go get it. I'm like Denethor right now. Do you think the eyes of the White Tower are blind? What the heck? I have seen more than you know. With your left hand, you will distract Patches with the string. And with your right, you will dethrone financial illiteracy in the United States. Right. Okay, your money is your labor, blood, sweat, tears, flesh, time, life. That's what your money is. That's what it converts to. That's a translation of your effort. The other thing, I mentioned something else. Oh, I was going to bring it up, but I didn't. Because your money is all of those things, some of your money okay, she's back at the window. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Some of your money is to be saved for emergencies / the future, which includes stuffs like investing, like having a savings account that's more than $10. And then some of your money is for fun. You can spend some of it. You're allowed to spend some of it. You're allowed to spend a portion of it. You're allowed to spend enough that all of your other financial needs are met. It's okay to spend and have nice things if everything else is taken care of first. If all the important, necessary things are taken care of first, then it's okay to spend. And then also, some of your money is, if you want to, ideally you should, is to give it away, whether it's with gifts or for charity. You do not want to become the dragon who hoards your monies, your gold. I'll write it. Therefore, no dragon. No dragon. Otherwise, it's going to be stolen by dildo fragons. And then you'll get speared in the heart with an arrow. And then you're gonna die. Your greed will be your downfall. It's in the Bible, trust me, bro. And then this physical thing here. This is an altogether different segment. It's about the psychology and the emotion and the feeling that's the baggage that's associated with people and their relationships to money. I'm pretty sure that it is very difficult to associate. I'm pretty sure there's studies about this too. Let me go look it up real quick. I'm not sure who are some of the authors for it, but I know it exists. We'll do credit card spending versus cash spending study. Let's see. This is a website I never heard of called Shift. Shift Processing. Shift Credit Card Processing. Cash versus credit card spending statistics. Updated January 2021. How are American consumers spending their money these days? We're not talking about where they spend their money or what they are spending their money on. We're talking about the payment methods consumers are reaching for when they go to pay for something. Do they prefer to use cash or do they use cards? I guess we'll just look at these snapshots here that they have listed. 1. Debit cards remain the preferred method of payment, followed by credit cards, then cash. 2. More than half of purchases made with cash are under $10. 3. Most people carry less than $40 of cash. That's quite a surprise because I typically carry less than 25 cents worth of cash. I think there was a point, like years and years ago, where I used to carry a little bit of cash, but since then, most of my spending is online anyway. That was 3. 4. People will spend more when using credit or debit versus cash. And I think that's the crucial, important point that I'm trying to highlight here. 5. The average cash purchase is $22, while the average credit card / debit card purchase is $112. Yikes. The next one. Consumers will spend up to 83% more when using card versus cash. The average American credit card debt is $6,028. Most people use credit cards for convenience and security. And that is what I wanted to point out here. There's a bunch of graphs here. Amount of cash carried by average person, how the average person would pay for a $10 purchase, cash use by age. Under 25 is 35. Is this age on the left? Okay, no, this is percent on the left. So 34% of people under 25 carry cash or use cash. 25 to 34 is 18%. 35 to 44, 19%. 45 to 54, 27%. That's weird. This is 2021. It's interesting that people under 25 is 34%, which is the highest one here, and then the next highest one is 33%, which is 65 plus. If you're 65 or older, 33% of their what's it called when your people who you responders. 65 plus. 33% of them carry cash. But anyway, the key takeaway that I wanted to focus on is if you pay for something with a card, you're going to get the card back anyway after your purchase. So it doesn't feel the same as if you're paying with cash because you give them cash, and then you get less back. What the fuck? This guy stole my cash. No, no, no. You just spent it. You just spent it on something. So you have to make sure it is worth it. And so the fact that cash, we'll call it cash spending psychology. Our monkey brains, when spending cash, sees that we get less money back. We get less cash back. If we get any back at all. The monkey brain is like, wait a minute, I have less cash now. But if you use a card, you just give them the thingy and then you get it back. It doesn't hurt as much. Your soul isn't in pain as much. Your brain, your mind, your psychology cannot comprehend. Maybe you can comprehend logically after the fact. Maybe you can comprehend logically before the fact. Maybe you can comprehend logically during the transaction. But something about your monkey brain is like, oh, no, it's okay. I'm not losing anything. I'm not doing nothing. I'm not spending any money. So the cash spending psychology is a crucial thing to be aware of. And the reason I was thinking of this concept of physical info is because I was also recently thinking about privacy. A couple months ago, I started reading Marcus Aurelius's Meditations, and the fact that he carried around his journal with him. It was a physical thing that he had tactile feedback with. It was his thoughts, his information, his ideas. You had to physically read it, and it felt much more personal, probably. And I think if you carry around a book with your own notes, with your own thoughts and ideas, even if you're willing to share it with somebody, you're much more hesitant to share it with somebody because it's your own personal thought. It's what it contains is only contained there in your physical pages. And I think it's thinking of that concept that he carried around his journal, and then thinking about the concept of privacy. It is a shame that most people do not consider their phone and the information that they send with it and through it, as they don't hold that as close to the chest, I think, as they should. I think this same concept is probably in play. This same cash spending versus card spending psychology in your monkey brain has a similar thing, because your phone, you probably use it mostly for fun, for memes, for games, for YouTube videos. And so I think that the convenience of just being able to do everything on it leads most people into the trap of saying, "Oh, okay, my I don't care about these terms. I have to sign. I have to agree to on websites, on social media, on Twitters, on YouTubes. It's okay if all of these apps have access to my phone, to my pictures, to my info, to my location." No. I think that's a big mistake that a lot of people make because of the fact that it's mostly seen as a toy. I think by default, most people probably see their phone as a toy. I know that I typically do. And so it's only recently that I consciously made the connection between carrying my journal around. If I were to carry my journal around, the letters that I send to and from people, if I were to consider all of the stuff that I do on the computer, if I were to consider that as if it were a physical, mechanical thing that's mine, I definitely don't want the police looking at it. I definitely don't want the state looking at it. I definitely don't want randoms looking at it. And so why would I do that with my data, with pictures that I may or may not post, with ideas that I may or may not send using, I don't know, Facebook Messenger. When's the last time I used Facebook Messenger? Back when I was in high school, I think. But most people are probably like that. They just lackadaisically use their phone for stuff that they consider just like a throwaway stuff. But I definitely think that privacy is a losing battle, especially because of much of what we do online is associated with, it's just technology, it's just the phone, it's just the game, it's just a fun thing. I feel like that cross-contamination, that cross-pollination of using your phone for personal stuff and also for work stuff and also for fun stuff, it's dangerous for the normie, the tech illiterate, the privacy indifferent. It's dangerous times out there. And so I think I urge people. I would urge to look into protecting your devices as closely as you would a journal or a diary or financial documents, tax documents. And yeah, that's a little thing that I wanted to bring up with in association with this cash spending thing. It is a trick of the monkey brain. Gotta be careful with your monkey brain. It might not always be useful to you. It's typically always useful, but sometimes it might fail you, given changes in technologies. But yeah, those are a couple of money tips. Mommy's money tips. I'm sure I have a lot more other ideas that I could share some insight into, but we'll leave it at that for now. Let's go look at the comments from this guy. This guy's video. Saw this quote a few years ago. This is from a comment by William Holton Jr. 857. He's a Spartan. Saw this quote a few years ago and have always remembered it. Using money you haven't earned to buy things you don't need to impress people you don't want won't make you happy. That's from fucking Fight Club, isn't it? Isn't it People You Hate? I still haven't fully watched Fight Club. I started watching it once to go to a sleepings. And Fight Club quote. I fell asleep while watching it, and I never started it back up. I am a Fight Club non-watcher. Okay, let's go. This website here has the 15 best quotes from Fight Club. Let's go to number 1. It's probably there, isn't it? Oh wait, is it this one? Our great war is a spiritual war. Our great war is a spiritual war. Our great depression is our lives. Number 1 is the first. Okay, no. The first rule of Fight Club is I've heard that one. 2, the things you own end up owning you. I hate this site because it just takes you to the YouTube clip of that quote. I want to read the quotes. Let's go back. Fight Club quote, buying things you don't need. Okay, here we go. IMDb knows what I'm looking for. Tyler Durden at 1 hour, 10 minutes, 11 seconds. Man, I see in the Fight Club the strongest and smartest men who've ever lived. I see all this potential and I see squandering. God damn it, an entire generation pumping gas waiting tables, slaves with white collars. Advertising has us chasing cars and clothes, working jobs we hate so we can buy shit we don't need. We're in the middle of we're we're the middle children of history, man. No purpose or place. We have no great war, no great depression. Our great war is a spiritual war. Our great depression is our lives. We've all been raised on television to believe that one day we'd all be millionaires and movie gods and rock stars. But we won't, and we're slowly learning that fact. And we're very, very pissed off. This guy just stole that guy's quote. So true is the first. So true. It's the first response to that. Oh, somebody said it here. Fight Club. My father always said, once you buy a car, you'll always be poor. How right? That's only if you buy a new car. It's only if you buy a new car at full price and and you're okay with the trade of it losing its value right away. And I think that's also the case with basically everything. If you can avoid buying it new, then you will do yourself in the present and in the future a lot of favors. The only time is if it's gonna break. You want to buy things used that are still gonna last, or that are gonna last as long as you need it to. Because there are very few things that. What? Whoa! I bet that guy fucks. There are only very few things these days that are the meme of they don't make them like they used to. Unlucky. I drove a beater for 30 years and finally bought a new car recently, only because I feel pretty secure with my situation. This man's advice is spot on. The majority of individuals should absolutely be driving a beater, but there's a point in life when you have saved, and it's now time to enjoy the fruits of your labors. It's very difficult to splurge on something like a new car when you have spent your entire life being cheap. It's actually harder than saving money, in my opinion. Yes, saving up money for years and years and years and then having to let it go, having to use it. That's also another painful thing. So you gotta make sure it's worth it. That's why I gotta save up thousands and thousands for my surgeries, and it'll totally be worth it. It's one of those things where you gotta spend wisely. If you don't spend it wisely, it's gonna hurt. Because it's gonna be gone. But yeah, that's where we'll leave that. I have like I said, I have a couple other things I can talk about, but bring that up another time. Next time there's another financial video, but this guy's probably gonna start showing up now on my recommended, so we will probably be seeing more of him fairly soon. It's the Kuromis. Whoa. I'm getting a little hungry, but not quite super duper hungry enough. So we'll keep going for a little bit before a food breaks. My notes over here. What is the next video? Next video. I mentioned that I'm not super duper hungry, and my tummy hurts me. It's like, no, I'm hungry. Give me food. Oh, okay. We have this UFO czar article from yesterday. Okay, so this is from Time magazine, time.com, under Science and Space. How NASA got a UFO czar and why it matters. By Jeffrey Klugger, September 15th, 2023. The real czars may be long gone, but for decades, the White House has been doing a good job of keeping the role, or at least the honorific, alive, appointing a director to oversee a particular task or issue and bestowing the title along with it. We've had the Ebola czar. That sounds like an actual word, Ebola czar. Why? Why does it sound like an actual word? We've had the Ebola czar, the drug czar, the budget czar, the climate czar, and more. Yesterday, at a press conference at NASA's Washington, D.C. headquarters, the space agency gave the old role a new look, appointing the country's, and indeed the world's, first ever UFO czar. Only NASA didn't use either of those terms. For starters, fewer and fewer people, or at least those who want to be taken seriously, talk about UFOs or unidentified flying objects anymore. There's too much of a Bigfoot, Loch Ness monster, moon landings were faked feel to the label. The preferred term is now UAP, for unidentified. Christ, go away. Why is this video player just haunting me? The new term is UAP. UAP. Oh, over here. The preferred term now is UAP for unidentified anomalous or variously aerial phenomena. And NASA didn't use the label czar either. Another too loose term for work that the space agency wants to keep solemn and serious. Instead, the full name for the new job is Director of UAP Research, and the man tapped to do the work is Mark McInerney? Mark McInerney, a former Pentagon liaison for NASA, who, for the better part of 25 years, has been on the government science beat, serving in multiple positions at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center, the National Hurricane Center, and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. It will be McInerney's job to study the sightings, advancing science if the vehicles are confirmed to be extraterrestrial, and protecting national security if they're of international military origin. He'll have a lot to work with. Over the past 20 years, there have been more than 120 sightings of objects that often appear to be flying with no identified means of propulsion and maneuvering in quick, head-snapping, often stop-and-start ways that no conventional machines can manage. It helps that the sightings have been called in by witnesses most people think of as impeachably reliable. I did everything right and they indicted me. Most people think of as indictably reliable. U.S. military pilots. Why is he always so funny? They indicted me. I'm gonna have to make that a sound. A donation sound. I did everything right, and they indicted me.
I did everything right, and they indicted me.
Jesus.
I did everything right, and they indicted me. I did everything right, and they indicted me.
I did everything right and they indicted me. Look at that thing, dude, one pilot shouted in a cockpit video recorded in 2015 and released by the Department of Defense in 2020. Oh my gosh, there's a whole fleet of them. It's a Covenant armada. They're going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots, 135 miles per hour west. The official interest in UAPs goes back a long way. In 2007, Congress established the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program Task Force to look into the phenomena. The group reached few conclusions, however, and was disbanded in 2012 due to lack of funding. But the sightings kept coming in. And in June 2020, as part of a sprawling COVID-19 relief bill, then President Donald Trump indicted me, called on the Director of National Intelligence and the Secretary of Defense to have their staff collaborate on a study of their own. Their report landed just under a year later. Wait a second. So then President Donald, they indicted me, Trump, passed a bill for the Director of National Intelligence and Secretary of Defense on Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program Task Force. And he also started the Space Force? This man knows something. That's why they indicted him. Oh my god. Do I have that emote? Number 45. I do have that emote on 7TV. They indicted me. Just under a year later, and again, the findings were unsatisfying, at least for people looking for intelligent life off the planet. You would also be unsatisfied trying to find intelligent life within the planet. There was no evidence that the objects were extraterrestrial in origin, but no proof that they weren't either. The idea that they were friendlies, classified U.S. military vehicles, out for a beta test spin, was ruled out. Though, if they were indeed classified, it's unlikely that the chiefs of intelligence and defense would spill the beans. It was possible, the analysis concluded, that the vehicles were either Russian or Chinese, as both countries are known to be experimenting with hypersonic technology. But that was little more than a guess. The unidentified objects thus remained just that, unidentified. Okay, we're like halfway through the article. Let's keep going. So it fell to NASA. In October 2022, the space agency independently announced it was establishing its own UAP study team, charging the group not with figuring out what the flying objects are, but rather with establishing some kind of research and reporting program going forward. 3 months later, the names of the panel's 16 members were announced, including retired astronaut Scott Kelly, who in 2015 and 16 spent nearly a year aboard the International Space Station. Ana Maria Barea, a research affiliate with the SETI, Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence Institute, in Mountain View, California, and David Grinspoon, a senior scientist at the Planetary Science Institute in Tucson, Arizona. Yesterday, before the press conference, the team released its 33-page report. Among other things, the report called on NASA to work together with other branches of government, using its expertise in space technology to help determine what both previously seen and future UAPs are. The panelists also recommended leaning on artificial intelligence, machine learning, and satellite observations to better look for and explain the objects. The report did call for the selection of a single person at NASA to oversee all this work, and NASA agreed, announcing that a director of UAP research had indeed been tapped, but conspicuously declining to release his name, at least at first, out of concern for his safety. They don't want him to be indicted. One of the bigger things that happened during our study was that people harassed some of our panel members. Whoa. And that is very inappropriate behavior, said David Spergel, the chairman of the study and head of the Simons Foundation, a New York-based group that funds work in mathematics and the basic sciences. Sadly, I think it's part of a deeper problem on the web, on social media. But the secret couldn't stay a secret. Repeatedly pressed by reporters during the media event, NASA decided within 24 hours to release McInerney's name. Wow, they fucking bullied them. They bullied at NASA on Twitter and they got him to release the name? What the heck? I guess they were trying to make sure it wasn't Donald Trump. The fact that we are here at all, with the world's most accomplished space agency undertaking investigations that could eventually, at least in theory, point towards the discovery of intelligent alien life, is not as improbable as it seems. For years, brand names in the world of politics have been stepping forward to admit that there is something head-scratching about all that mysterious atmospheric traffic. In 2021, Harry Reid, who was Majority Leader of the Senate in 2007 when the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program Task Force was established, we'll just call it from now on the Advanced Aerospace Task Force, told The Guardian, quote, "I believe it's just as if we were starting airplanes. Airplanes were not understood very quickly. UFOs fascinate people who are pilots, physicists, because they can't understand how these UFOs have no vapor trail, no lights on them, yet they can go so fast, so quickly." End quote. During her 2016 presidential campaign, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton responded to a question from a reporter about what she would do to investigate UAPs if she were elected. Quote, "I want to open the files as much as we can," she answered. "There's enough stories out there that I don't think everybody is just sitting in their kitchen making them up." For this bit of candor, she was dubbed, quote, "the first ET candidate" on social media. I mean, I suppose, sure. The one thing I won't hate about her then is that she was one of the first to respond in the affirmative about investigating UAPs. That's the one thing I do not hate about Hillary Clinton. Everything else I hate. My God, that's that's a stupid fucking woman card. We gotta put that up. Jamie, pull that shit up. I love how it was taken off of her store as well. Hillary Clinton woman card. NYC Metro card. Images. The woman card. Trump mocked Clinton's woman card. He forgets that makes the election about masculinity. Vox. How about you fuck off? Woman card. The official Hillary for America. Congratulations, you're in the majority. Deal me in. Oh no. A fucking joke. In 2021, former President Barack Obama was asked about UAPs by talk show host James Corden and responded, "What is true, and I'm actually being serious here, is that there is footage and records of objects in the skies that we don't know exactly what they are." Given cover by those big names, NASA Administrator Bill Nelson yesterday stepped up to offer his view of the possibility of life in space without even having to be asked by the press. "There is a global fascination with UAPs," he said. "Now, NASA has a statutory authority to look for life in the universe." Do I believe there's life in the universe that is in a universe that is so vast that it's hard for me to comprehend how big it is? My personal answer is yes. Whether his answer is the right answer is unknown for now, but NASA is on the case. The same agency that, in 1961, was given 9 years to put boots on the moon and stuck the landing in 1969, has an open door and no deadline this go round. The abundance of time and an abundance of possible ET evidence could lead to extraordinary findings. That's pretty cool. We will have to keep an eye on any updates and reports and new investigations that come from this group of UFO czars. Maybe one day they will establish the Men in Black if they are not already established. I just had like a 20-second growl in my tummy. There's a monster in my belly. So what's this group called again? There were so many different Alama group names that were listed here. So in 2007 is that super long named AATIPTF, the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program Task Force. And then this new group, who released a 33-page report. This group is called, I guess, just the UAP. The preferred term is UAP. Did they give it a name? I thought they did give it a name somewhere. I guess we'll just go look it up. 2023 new NASA space or UAP group. Released September 14th, 2023 on NASA's website. It says, update, NASA shares UAP independent study report. Names director. I guess we'll just call it the UAP research group. Is that what it's going to be called here? I guess there's no official name. It's just referred to as UAP Independent Study Team. So we'll just call them the UAP team. We'll call them the science team. So here is the report, 36 pages. NASA Unidentified Anomalous Phenomena, Independent Study Team Report. Table of contents, executive summary, forward, introduction, responses to statement of task, overall conclusions and recommendations, acknowledgements, and work products discussion. What the heck? They're all white people. Oh, this guy's black. Maybe they're scared that the Ilamans will declare war instantaneously if they meet up with a bunch of non-whites. They just have a fucking bunch of pictures of space, of Earth. They have Aurora Borealis here. Is this a real picture? Oh, okay, it's a weather balloon. A weather balloon sails into the sky after release from the Cape Canaveral weather station in Florida. Isn't this the same Cape where they launch their spaceships? It's probably a weather balloon to help them with a launch. Introduction. Recently, many credible witnesses, often military aviators, have reported seeing objects they did not recognize over U.S. airspace. Most of these events have since been explained, but a small handful cannot be immediately identified as known, human-made, or natural phenomena. These events are now collectively referred to as unidentified anomalous phenomena, or UAP. A vital part of NASA's mission is exploring the unknown using the rigorous process of the scientific method. This means scrutinizing our assumptions and intuition, transparently and diligently. What can I? Diligently collecting data, reproducing results, seeking independent evaluation, and finally, reaching a scientific consensus about the nature of an occurrence. The scientific method challenges us to solve problems by impartially evaluating our own ideas, by being willing to be wrong, and by following the data. It is increasingly clear that the majority of UAP observations can be attributed to known phenomena or occurrences. When it comes to studying such phenomena, our overarching challenge is that the data needed to explain these anomalous sightings often do not exist. This includes eyewitness reports, which, on their own, can be interesting and compelling, but are not reproducible and usually lack the information needed to make any definitive conclusions about a UAP's provenance. I don't think I've seen that word very often. Define provenance. Place of origin, derivation. The history of the ownership of an object, especially when documented or authenticated. Used of artworks, antiques, and books. The records or documents authenticating such an object or the history of its ownership. Thus, to understand UAP, a rigorous, evidence-based, data-driven scientific framework is essential. This report offers a vision of how NASA could contribute to understanding the phenomena and how the agency's approach will complement the whole of government effort to understand UAP. Oh hey, at the Can't Watches, when did you get in here? Stare Bear. Care Bear the Stare Bear. They have a picture here of a South Asian object, image 1, footage taken by an MQ-9 of an unidentified object in South Asia with an apparent atmospheric wake or cavitation. Cavitation, does that mean like atmospheric cavity? Cavitation. Cavitating propeller model in a water tunnel experiment. Cavitation damage on a valve plate for an axial piston hydraulic pump. Cavitation. Cavitation damage on a valve plate. Not exactly sure what I'm looking at. It looks kind of like somebody had a chocolate chip cookie and then it got smeared on like a disc of some sort. It looks like if you're using a saw, a spinning saw, and then you got like a poops on it or something. That's what it looks like to me. It's like a bird poops. Cavitation damage evident on the propeller of a personal watercraft. Oh, it looks a bit more. It doesn't look like rust. It looked like erosion of some kind. Like maybe not necessarily erosion. So the image is like of a metal propeller for a watercraft, like it mentions, and then to my untrained, unknown eye, it kind of looks like a streak of cement that's in the process of drying. That's what it looks like to me. Like a cavity, a cave, a dent. Yes, it says Stare Bear the Care Bear. Okay, let's see. Cavitation. Cavitation is a phenomena in which the static pressure of a liquid reduces to below the liquid's vapor pressure, leading to the formation of a small vapor-filled cavities in the liquid. When subjected to higher pressure, these cavities, called bubbles or voids, collapse and can generate shock waves that may damage machinery. These shock waves are strong when they are very close to the imploded bubble, but rapidly weaken as they propagate away from the implosion. Cavitation is a significant cause of wear in some engineering contexts. Collapsing voids that implode near a metal surface cause cyclic stress through repeated implosion. This results in surface fatigue of the metal, causing a type of wear also called cavitation. The most common examples of this kind of wear are to pump impellers and the bends where a sudden change in the direction of liquid occurs. Cavitation is usually divided into two classes of behavior: inertial or transient cavitation and non-inertial cavitation. Okay, so what exactly is going on here again? So it's footage taken by an MQ-9, which I assume is like a military, or it could just be like an aerial drone, or it could be like a ship, a seafaring ship. Because if this is in the sky, if this is an aerial object, it sort of looks like it's being taken from lower. Like this object has altitude on the position of the camera. MQ-9. MQ-9 is General Atomics MQ-9 Reaper, an unmanned reconnaissance and strike aircraft built by General Atomics. So it is an aerial drone. It's a UAV. UAV is online. So it is an unidentified object in South Asia with an apparent atmospheric wake or cavitation, later assessed as a likely commercial aircraft by the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. The cavitation is likely a sensor artifact resulting from video compression. Okay, so I guess what they're calling cavitation here, atmospheric wake or cavitation, it's some sort of, what I would call it is artifacting. But if they're trying to explain what it could physically be, then yeah, I guess I would call it atmospheric. In its atmospheric wake, it does look like some sort of cavitation, some sort of like the sensor artifact. It does look like some sort of engine or something, spitting facts from its butt, spitting jet fuel out of its rear end. Middle East object. Footage taken by an MQ-9 of an apparent silver orb-like object in the Middle East. Due to limited data, the object remains unidentified. This little thingy over here. The appearance of U.S. Department of Defense visual information does not imply or constitute DoD endorsement. Endorsement. I did everything wrong and they endorsed me. Whoa, look, it looks like the face on the moon. South Asian object, image 2. Footage taken by an MQ-9 of an unidentified object in South Asia with an apparent atmospheric wake or cavitation, later assessed as a likely commercial aircraft by the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. It does sort of look like a spooky phase, like this is the left eye, this is the right eye, then here's like the nose, and then here's like a spooky Joker Glasgow smile with like a sort, it kind of looks also like a swastika forming over here. Oh no, the Alamaus are Nazis. Oh no. Whoa, spooky. The NASA Space Shuttle STS-100 image captures naturally occurring von Karman vortices forming in clouds near Rishiritu Island in Japan. Rishirito Island in Japan, caused by a stable low cloud atmosphere flowing over a tall obstacle. Is this supposed to be Mount Fuji or something right here? The tall object? The tall obstacle? Okay, well, I'll go ahead and link this in the spooky Big Feet's Alamau's Unseen World channel on Discord. This is the official NASA UFO study group. And this is their first report, their initial report. Establishing what they will do, how they will examine and analyze images and evidence and the drone footage and the military aircraft footage. So super cool. I am looking forward to what they will be doing. And I think I need to go take a break for some of my yummies. And here is currently what we have of my spooky Kuromi's Halloween month background. Phew.
I'm so hungry.
So super duper hungry. How long have I been going for? 2 hours? That's it. It feels like I've been going for like 3 hours. Fuck. I'm too tired. I gotta do too much stretchings. Yeah, the spoopy Kuromis. What's you been up to, Mr. The Cat Watches? What have you been up to this month so far? Have you found and or discovered any spooky Alamaus or spooky Big Feets? What are you doing to prepare for the upcoming spooker month? The Spooky Monsters month. Also, yesterday I pointed out that I have not been seeing any more Big Feet's episodes in my sub box, and so I was getting kind of spooked. And so I sent him an email. He has not yet responded, but oh fuck. I dropped my pen. He has not yet responded, but if he does, I will read it on stream. Methinks me cat can speak to the Alamaus. What do you mean? All he does is stare. He's a stare bear, not a speak bear. He's a stare bear. It's also getting kind of a little bit cold, so I'm going to go ahead and turn off the AC. I guess it's good, actually, that it's a little bit cold because I can go warm up some soups. Good thing I said it was a spookies and a wookies and a soupies, because I get to go get my yummy warm soups. Yummy soupses. It's getting to be my favorite time of the year, where it's starting to get cold and chilly and dark outside, and the leaves are falling and the trees look spooky. And it's chilly out, and I get to wear my coats, and I get to have hot chockies, and I get to have soups, yummy yummy soups to eat and to warm up. We are blessed to be living in a planet by God's creation where it is warm, and then where it is nice, and then where it is cold, and we get to enjoy warm, amazing foods. How blessed we are. Okay. Let me grab this. No, fuck. I gotta reset up a thingy on my channel. There's a channel that I need to promote on my channel. I'll set that up later. Let me grab it should show up here. Okay, perfect. Okay, this stream is sponsored by nobody. I don't have any sponsors. But you should check out this super cool channel that makes pretty cool content. And I think you might enjoy it. Probably. It's this cool channel on YouTube called A Flick's Life. At A Flick Life. You can type in here into chat, at A Flick Life. Go check out this channel. It's pretty cool. As you can see, I am subscribed. He makes a Halo machinima. And also sometimes he does Let's Plays. And sometimes he even finishes them. Whoa. So go check out this pretty cool channel of someone called Flick at A Flick Life. Try not to step on him. He's pretty small. He's a little ant like this. And because he is blue, I assume his balls are also blue. So keep that in mind and take that into consideration. And if you enjoy the stream, you're having fun, you're chilling, you're relaxing, you can also support my show with these links here. https taplink.cc/babysword. You can go and click on these links there. You can support with a tip on Streamlabs. A $3 tip or more will get you a alert kind of like this one.
Wait. Okay, go.
This is a test donation for $3.
And that robot, who is my girlfriend, will read your donation message. You can also subscribe for as little as $1 a month on Subscribestar, which will help me do my super cool, life-changing surgeries and open up more cool content, like gardening stuff probably, and walks in the woods, and cleaning the house, and playing with the kitties, for as little as $1 a month. You can also buy my poems, my cool poems and stories at my Sophie storehouse, zaijuji.com/shop. If you have Amazon Prime, you can give me a free tier 1 sub on Twitch. You're already paying for Amazon Prime, might as well use it. I can turn it into pretty cool content and pretty cool pictures and pretty cool body parts. And you're already giving Jeff Bozo money. Might as well let him know that you want to give me some of that money too. And lastly, if you are already buying stuff on Amazon, you can check out those commands. Type in !lists and or !wish list into the chat. And that will lead you to my affiliate links. And I get a couple of monies off of your Amazon purchases. And that helps me too, so I can afford my surgeries. And I can afford my 3D printer, so I can make cool armor that I'll be able to show off on stream eventually. So I gotta go get some yummy warm soups so we can do more spooky things. I think we'll do... I have this video saved up from a while ago. Warning. It's an hour long? I assumed it was going to be like 20, maybe 30 minutes. It's like a true crime video, which I have some other things to discuss about true crime. So I guess we'll start listening to this when we get back, and we'll see if we'll finish. I'm not sure. I've never heard of this guy's channel, and I don't really watch true crime stuff, but we will give it a go. So there's my links to support me. You want to support my hour-long streams and my hour-longs, my super-duper hour-longs entertainment? There you go. I will be back in a couple minutes. Hopefully not too long. Try not to be abducted by any UAPs. Otherwise, you might end up crash landing onto Earth, and then the UAP that you're on will be raided by NASA, and you'll end up in a picture in one of their new UAP team reports. They're gonna have a picture of you being probed by the Elamaus, and you'll be an official victim of the Elamaus. So try not to get abducted while I am gone. You can get abducted while I'm here though, so I can watch. And I'll give you a good blessing from God to help you on the way. Okay, be right back. They indicted me. Okay, I got it. Hot Chockies too. Why is Hot Chockies so good? Yummy, yummy. Yummy, yummy in my tummy. I have way too many things on my desk. Can't even move my mousey. Okay, let's get started on this true crime thing. I'll mention later that thingy that I wanted to mention. Let's see. Okay, so this is a video titled Sherry Papini is not the real life Gone Girl. I'm assuming that's a reference to a character movie. I don't know what Gone Girl is. The channel's name is Matt Orchard, Crime and Society. I'm gonna be muted while I'm eating, and I'll pop in when I got something to say.
Warning. The following video contains extensive spoilers of the novel and film Gone Girl.
Okay, I guess so. If they're gonna explain it to me, I guess that works.
Today's case is one of lies and deceit. One in which a seemingly benign, attractive housewife constructs a fantastical and harrowing fate for herself, designed to hoodwink the police, media, and even her own family and friends. Themes which have led multiple media outlets to refer to the story of Sherry Papini as the real-life Gone Girl. But this video will argue that that comparison is a real reach. Because once you go below the most surface of surface-level similarities, the differences seem to never stop piling up. As mentioned, both the novel and film Gone Girl center around an attractive blonde who disappears herself, which would admittedly make a pretty good one-sentence summary of the Papini story. In Sherry's case, however, she was staging a fake kidnapping. Gone Girl's main antagonist, Amy Dunn, was attempting to fake her own murder with the intention of framing her husband Nick, though her plot did eventually have to evolve into a fake kidnapping after she got ripped off by some swamp trash in the Ozarks. Followed by a real blood-soaked murder that serves to make her story complete.
You fucking bitch.
There are no such thrilling twists and turns in Sherry's story, though. At the risk of spoiling what lies ahead a little bit, 99% of her hoax involves just wincing and crying, then laughing and smiling sort of annoyingly for a time, before wincing and crying again. Rinse and repeat for several years until police are finally able to upgrade her story from highly suspect to demonstrably false, at which point she mainly just cries. Even the superficial differences between these fictional and real-life stories are numerous enough as to almost make it feel like novelist Gillian Flynn saw the future and tried to distance her work from this aggravating saga on purpose. Amy Dunn is the inspiration for the eponymous character in an iconic children's book series, Amazing Amy, and quietly resents the attention and comparisons her more idyllic counterpart brings her. Sherry Papini seems to have a craving for attention so pathological it would unlikely be satiated even if she were the basis for the character of Hermione Granger. The Dunns are childless. The Papinis have a boy and a girl. The Dunns are New Yorkers, living in Missouri. The Papinis are Californians, living in California. The Dunns have one cat, the Papinis have 2 dogs. Nick Dunn is sardonic and smug. Keith Papini is sweet and naive. Initially sympathetic, Amy Dunn is gradually revealed to be the cold, calculating orchestrator of a wickedly Machiavellian scheme, whose ability to see several steps ahead.
Hold on a second. What the heck was that? It's a clip from the Gone Girl movie. She's flipping over a glass top
Amy Dunn.
coffee table. Okay, here it is. So she's flipping it. It is currently at about 45 degrees. 45-degree angle. Flipped. Somehow the glass tabletop shatters? Does it hit the ground here? What the heck? Did they have 2 takes here? Or is that a visual effect? A computer affects this shattered glass. That looks like... I don't know if the... I don't know. I have to assume it's a computer graphics or 2-take thingy where they kept it intact the first take, and then the second take they somehow created a way to shatter this glass, but something about it just doesn't look like real glass to me. I don't know if this is how real shattered coffee tabletop glass would break. I would expect larger pieces and not really, because like the frame before it shatters, it's perfectly fine, perfectly intact, but then the next frame immediately, the entire glass pane is, it almost looks like frosted glass, where there's a bunch of little small, I guess, shatter thingies, shattering lines. But I would expect a real glass pane of this size to break into larger pieces, not pieces this small. And then as the footage continues playing, I think even these pieces are a little too small. I would imagine like maybe like 10 to 20 shards of large glass. I don't think this looks like way too many shards of glass that are way too small. I'm not even talking about the topic of the video. Just focusing on this. I'm pretty sure it's fake, based off what little I know about glass. Patches, what are you doing up there? Patches. She's gonna get drawn off there. I'm gonna go get her.
Dunn is sardonic and
Gonna go get her. I'm gonna go get Patches. Gonna go fuck up her shit. Gonna go get her. Yeah, that's right. You get the fuck up there. You stupid dog. You silly Okay, let's continue with this. With this video.
smug. Keith Papini is sweet and naive. Initially sympathetic, Amy Dunn is gradually revealed to be the cold, calculating orchestrator of a wickedly Machiavellian scheme, whose ability to see several steps ahead and wind up on top no matter what hurdles are thrown her way makes her about as scary as any villain you could pull from a comic book. When embodied by actress Rosamund Pike, you can feel a chill run down your spine as you look into her eyes and wonder how deep the darkness within them may run. Sherry Papini, on the other hand, is just a fucking idiot. If you're already familiar with this case, you won't need to be told that. If you're not, you'll see.
can I help you?
Yeah, I just got home from work, and my wife wasn't there, which is unusual, and my kids should have been there by now from, like, daycare. So I was like, oh, maybe she went on a walk. I couldn't find her, so I called the daycare to see what time she picked up the kids. The kids were never picked up, so I got freaked out, so I hit, like, the Find My iPhone app thing, and it said that it showed her phone, like, at our end of our driveway. We don't have really good service.
Okay.
Not the end of our driveway, but the end of our street. So I just drove down there, and I saw her phone with her headphones because she started running again, and I found her phone, and it's got, like, hair ripped out of it, like, in the headphones. So I'm, like, totally freaking out, thinking, like, somebody, like, grabbed her.
Okay, are you headed back to the house, or where are you at right now?
I'm at the end of the driveway where I'm at the Old Oregon Trail and Sunrise where they meet, because that's right where I found her phone on the ground. You're telling me that something happened to her is the way I'm looking at it.
Introducing Keith Papini, who, to be very clear up front, had...
Let me finish chewing here, but I have a good joke.
nothing.
Right where, like, grabbed her.
Okay.
And it said that it showed her phone, like, at our end of our driveway. We don't have really good service.
Okay.
Not the end of our driveway, but the end of our street. So I just drove down there, and I saw her phone with her headphones because she started running again. And I found her phone, and it's got, like, hair ripped out of it, like, in the headphones. So I'm, like, totally...
Not idly do the leaves... What the heck? Chill. Not idly do the headphones of... what's her face? Do the headphones of Papini fall.
Really freaking out, thinking, like, somebody, like, grabbed her.
Okay, are you headed back to the house, or where are you at right now?
I'm at the end of the driveway where I'm at the Old Oregon Trail and Sunrise where they meet, because that's right where I found her phone on the ground. You're telling me that something happened to her is the way I'm looking at it.
Introducing Keith Papini, who, to be very clear up front, had nothing to do with orchestrating the farcical scheme we're about to watch unfold. Yet all the same, what he just said, and the way it came out, was far more observant than even he realizes. When Keith first found Sherry's iPhone and headphones about a mile from their property on her jogging route, they just looked unnaturally easy to find. Not obscured by foliage or dangerously close to oncoming traffic, but instead sitting upright near the pathway with not so much as a twig attempting to conceal them. The headphones sitting in a relatively neat bunch atop the phone. It didn't look so much like the phone of...
Wait, what year did this happen? Because I wonder, is it possible that this was a time period in which wireless earphones were becoming the thing, and the meme was, you're poor and retarded if you have wired ones? Would she go as far as to have wireless headphones somewhere in her house that she uses daily, and then for this one specific day, she uses wired ones? Is that something that she's gonna do? Because that would be fucking amazing. That'd be fascinating. I would love it if something like that were to happen. And if that were to be part of her downfall.
of someone who's been kidnapped, but rather like the phone of someone who's trying to tell you they've been kidnapped. Or as Keith would put it to responding officers, it looked like it had been placed, which he thought was weird. Should have been a detective.
Did you go pick up your children?
No, I'm going to call my mom and have her do it.
Okay. What's your wife's name?
I'm going to, like, knock on every door. Sherry. Sherri. Then there was hair, like, in the headphones. Like, they got ripped off or, like, they grabbed.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Okay, I'm sorry. I know you're trying to keep me calm, but obviously.
Think about Keith's current situation for a moment. He's just come home to find his wife missing shortly before discovering his 2 small children are stranded at daycare. Presumably out of his mind with panic, but still somehow managing to keep it all together, he attempts to rattle off as much helpful information as he can when the 911 operator takes a rather unmistakably condescending tone with him. His reaction to that is a self-deprecating laugh and sheepish apology for being such a motor mouth. There's no two ways about it. Keith Papini is a real sweetheart. It's not that that's really pertinent to the case as such. It's just always worth keeping in mind the sorts of people that Sherry Papini is going so out of her way to put in such distress.
When's the last time you heard from her?
She sent me a text asking me if I was coming home for lunch.
What time was that?
She She sent me a text at 10:47 asking me if I was coming home from lunch from work.
And based on last reported sightings, that text was likely sent within an hour of her supposed abduction. It was a strange message, given there wasn't much reason to think Keith might be planning an unannounced trip home for lunch that day. Whether she was being especially safe the coast was clear, or just trying to sound like a woman who didn't have any plans of vanishing, it's a good example of Sherry's modus operandi. Even when she does show forethought, the way she executes her precautionary measures are always a little bit clumsy. Much unlike Amy Dunn from Gone Girl, who always makes sure to read up extensively on relevant forensic literature and victimology before initiating her dastardly schemes.
What time are the kids supposed to be picked up?
Way before 5:30. She usually goes at like 4:45. Oh my god. And we live down kind of a sketchy street, so I don't know if I'm allowed to knock on everybody's door, but I will if I'm allowed to do that.
Let's just have the officers contact you so they can start, processing everything, figure out what's going on, okay? And I understand you're freaking out a little bit. We want to make sure we get your kids, make sure they're okay.
Yeah, I'm going to call my mom and have her.
Yeah, they've been stuck at your phone number.
Happily, the kids were okay, if not a little confused, and they weren't the only ones. Unlike the investigators in Gone Girl, who immediately spotted several red flags meticulously planted for their discovery, the police who arrived at the Papini residence could find no signs of foul play whatsoever, barring the questionably discarded phone. It's around this point in the Gone Girl timeline that we cut to Amy Dunn triumphantly driving a second-hand Ford Festiva, having purchased the modest-looking vehicle in order to not attract unwanted attention. As she drives toward the Ozarks, she reveals to the audience the deviously intricate plan she's put in place to frame her husband for her murder, as vengeance for his infidelity, as well as other spousal failings. Sherry Papini, meanwhile, is lying down in the back seat of a Dodge Challenger, in her jogging gear, proving no matter how hot your ride, you can still look like a jackass inside of it. Behind the wheel is her ex-boyfriend James Reyes. Reyes had gotten an employee to rent the car for him without specifying a purpose. He didn't really think the make and model would matter all that much, though he hadn't been expecting a sports car. And don't worry, Sherry has no plans on trying to frame poor faithful Keith for murder or anything else for that matter.
I don't know anything about cars. But if this image that he has here is the image, is a picture of
in her jogging
of the car that this lover's friend picked up, did this one here, did she or the boyfriend let the guy know what was happening or what the purpose of it was, or to not be showy? This seems like a very poor... I am a law-abiding citizen. I don't do no wrong. I don't do no crimes. But if I were to, for instance, be a student at a school and wanted to break the rules or something like that, I would try to make me a student like 10, 20 plus years ago. Not in real life. As a student, if I were to break the rules, I would try to be as inconspicuous as possible. If, for instance, I were to take an extra apple, which is totally against the rules in high school, if I were to take an extra apple from the lunchroom, I would put it in my backpack, which is not a flashy or expensive or showy backpack. I would put it in a normal, everyday looking backpack, so as to not raise suspicion and or not be noticeable, either in the crowd or in the distance. But that's just me, because I was hungry in high school and I wanted an extra apple. So if I wanted to do something like that, that would be my logic. But I don't know about this guy. I don't know if they talked it through. I don't know if this person. I would not enlist a friend with the care of picking a backpack without specific instructions to not get a Gucci bag and to instead just get a regular, what's it called, Jansport. Just get a regular bag, the kind that everyone has. That's not going to draw any attention. That's kind of what I would do in a situation like that. I don't know about you guys, but that's what I would do.
Gotten an employee to rent the car for him without specifying a purpose. He didn't really think the make and model would matter all that much, though he hadn't been expecting a sports car. And don't worry, Sherry has no plans on trying to frame poor faithful Keith for murder or anything else for that matter. All she's trying to do is... let's not worry too much about what exactly Sherry Papini is trying to do right now. It's too early for that. All you need to know for the time being is that she's going to be camped out at her ex-boyfriend's place for a bit, alright? And while she's doing that, the police will be doing what they do. Namely, trying to figure out just what on earth is going on. And as questionable as things may have looked, even at first glance, they still went about their investigation in the only responsible way they could, which was to treat Sherry's disappearance as a legitimate kidnapping, making sure to get the word out as much as possible and interviewing every friend, family member, suspect and person of interest they could find. When the investigators in Gone Girl did the same, pretty much everyone only had nice things to say about Amy Dunn. Ingratiating herself with those around her was yet another part of her staging. Sherry Papini, however, clearly did not think that far ahead. Because even in the midst of being a high-profile missing person, with all of the sympathy that comes along with said status, the final picture that emerged from these accumulated interviews was still less than glowing. Another ex-boyfriend who dated her in high school described Papini as, quote, an attention-hungry person who told stories to try to get attention, and that she had levelled false accusations of abuse toward more than one member of her family, as well as himself after their breakup. Such recollections were backed up by other friends from Sherry's youth, who also recalled her as being known for making up lies, particularly about being the victim of abuse, and that she was known to run away from home. Even her more contemporary associates, while far from universally scathing in their characterizations of Sherry, still acted a little squeamish when it came to questions you'd expect to be no-brainers for most people under these sorts of circumstances.
Do you think that she is missing not voluntarily? I don't know. I believe that she is, because if she were missing voluntarily, I know one of the interviews that Suzanne has given mentioned something about if she were running away, she would have left her phone. Nothing. I just feel like if she had run away, she would have contacted somebody in her family to at least let them know something. Yeah, she hasn't contacted you? No, no. So I, at this point, considering that it's been a week, I do believe that she's taken against her will.
Was that Age of Empires 2 music? What the heck?
So I, at this point, considering that it's been a week, I do believe that she's taken against her will.
I'm not super familiar with all of the Age of Empires musics, but I'm curious now. Let's go look. Is this guy a based AO2 player? Age of Empires 2 musics. It sounds kind of like a early era musics, like when you're just starting off. Operation Monkey? Why is there a song in Age of Empires called Operation Monkey? I can't tell. That kind of reminds me of Rogue Legacy. This part right here. The little section. I think it's like the menu, the outside the castle. Legacy. Outside music. I guess I'll have to open it in a new tab. And I'm just over here listening to to video game music. Main theme, castle. I don't think it's this one. I think this is inside the castle. Yeah, no, that's inside the castle. Where's outside the castle? Is it the main theme? No, it's not that one. Dungeon, forest, minigame, tower. Oh, here, I think it's this one. Traits menu. Ah! This part right there. Right around here. Wait. No. I think here we go. Maybe it's just me. I like Rogue Legacy. I should play it somewhere while I'm listening to spooky stories. I never got very far. I mostly only played it on my super duper old laptop with 10 to 15 frames per second. With the keyboard. I think it's preferred to play Rogue Legacy with an Xbox controller, and I didn't have one back at the time.
I think it would.
Even Keith Papini, who never once suggested that his wife would do something as crazy as faking all of this, seemed to at times almost be daring himself to ask that question aloud.
And the phone, the picture, I mean, that's weird how it's like been placed. Would you guys say it's been placed, not thrown? It's weird.
We've been verbally told there's nothing alarming.
Is this the...
Maybe she was kidnapped by a big feet, and then he also decided to place it correctly, neatly, so that you would have something to remember her by. Because the big feet was gonna take her instead and have kids of their own.
Craziest one you've been involved in?
Unfortunately, no.
Ugh. That's the least amount of evidence, though, I bet. No?
Like we've said,
Jesus.
we have started with...
This guy, vanished.
We've started with 0.
But Keith wouldn't have to anguish over his wife's fate for too much longer, because on Thanksgiving morning, 3 weeks after her initial disappearance, it was time for Sherry Papini's return.
911 emergency, what are you reporting?
Hi, I have an emergency. I don't know my location. There's a lady on the side of the road needing help.
You don't know where this is?
No,
I don't know where you are.
Oh, you can't?
No, sir. Your phone bounces off cell towers. It doesn't give me your exact location. Not on a cell.
Is this the boyfriend calling? Did they stage an entire, oh no, I found a disheveled, confused, lone woman out on the road who I totally did not drive around and hang around with for the past 3 weeks, which you can tell because our phones were next to each other for the past 3 weeks ever since that moment that she went missing. And you have all of that information because we connected to the same Wi-Fi and router, and we shared the MAC address, and our phones tell network providers and 3-letter agencies which other devices are nearby. Oh no, that's totally not what happened, right? They can't be that stupid, right? Come on, bruh. You gotta be smarter than that, right? Right.
Cell phone.
What?
Are you traveling? Are you driving?
Oh, crap.
Do you know about what city you're in?
No. I know. Please stay there, okay? Please stay there.
Okay, sir. First of all, take all precautions.
It's yellow.
I want you to take all precautions for your safety. I have an officer en route because we've had reports of a female trying to flag people down. Does that sound about the same?
Yeah, it's right outside of yellow.
Okay.
She's...
Okay, if there are multiple people calling this in, then this is probably, just some random guy who was driving by who decided to stop. But we'll see.
saying that she got kicked out of her boyfriend's...
Okay, just be safe where you are.
No, not my boyfriend, no. Okay. Not my boyfriend, my kidnappers is what I meant to say. I got kicked out of my kidnapper's car, not my boyfriend's car.
You are. What's wrong with her? Ask her what's wrong with her.
Hey, what's hurting? You're chained up.
She's chained up?
She's chained up, her vision's blurry, and she needs an ambulance.
Do you see her chained up?
Yes. Her name is Sherry Panini. Babini.
Can she talk at all?
Yeah, here.
Sherry, I need you to listen to me. Listen to me. Do you know where you are? Okay, sweetie, listen to me. I need you to take a deep breath. Are you chained up? Okay, take a deep breath, sweetie. Who chained you up? Do you know the person, or were you kidnapped? Listen to what I'm at. Listen to what I'm at. Sherry, take a deep breath. How did you get chained up? What happened? Who took you? Do you know? Okay. Okay, listen. I have help on the way. I want to call my husband. We will get help with you, and we will get your husband. But right now, I need you to help me help you. Deep breath.
He can't see very well.
I understand.
I want to call my husband.
Ma'am, right now I need you to get me information so I can help you. We will get in touch with your husband as well. But right
an ambulance.
Okay, I have officers and I have ambulance on the way. Right now I need you to talk.
When police arrived to find Sherry, bruised, emaciated and wrapped in chains off the interstate highway some 150 miles from her home, it was difficult to know quite what to make of things. The story that would eventually emerge once Sherry calculated it was the right time to stop babbling hysterically and start speaking in coherent sentences was that while she was jogging on the 2nd, a car pulled up alongside her, and before long she was ushered into the back seat at gunpoint. The culprits were 2 masked Mexican women, Sherry's twist on an old classic.
When asked who the man was, Miss Stotch replied, some Puerto Rican guy.
Mrs. Stotch, what did the kidnapper look like?
Puerto Rican.
Was he tall? Short?
He was average Puerto Rican height.
Sherry claimed she was then blinded with a pillowcase and taken to a remote area where she was confined, malnourished, and subjected to various forms of abuse over the days to come. During her stay, she was able to discern from her captors that they planned on selling her and that the quote buyer was a cop. The clear inference being that this was all part of some kind of sex trafficking operation. At some point during her ordeal, she made a heroic attempt to escape, but was foiled, then tied down to a coffee table and branded with an unknown instrument. Sherry believed the branding looked like it was supposed to say Exodus, meaning it was supposed to say Exodus, and the numbers look like they must be either 611, 612, 622, or 621. None of which would be easy to make sense of if traced back to their corresponding biblical passages, as the overarching theme of Exodus is escaping slavery. In terms of how Sherry did eventually manage to make her escape, one day the smaller of the two Mexican women decided to shoot the big one. Not Sherry's words, but it's a safe takeaway from the experience she describes. The small Mexican then blindfolded Sherry again, put her in the back of the car, drove her near the point she wound up being found, and told her to get out before speeding off into the night. Not long after, a nearby church security camera managed to capture Sherry's movements in the early morning hours of the 24th, where she can be seen running across the parking lot for a time before going out of frame. A little while later she returns, going back in the direction she was fleeing from, this time at a more leisurely pace before working.
These night vision camera footage always looks so creepy. She just like kind of looks like a ghost walking to the left of me. So spooky. I think it's like because of the lack of detail and the distance, and then just the way that the light bounces off of what you are and are not allowed to see. Spooky.
A little while later she returns, going back in the direction she was fleeing from, this time at a more leisurely pace before working back into a jog again, which makes sense as she wouldn't have gotten much cardio in over the last few weeks. There were many more details in Sherry's story, though a lot of them will change over the years with each telling of it. We'll have a look at some of the details in one of her earliest versions that was filmed in her home on November 28th. Now, fair warning, Sherry Papini is kind of annoying. Obviously that isn't a...
Oh no, she's one of those people. Oh no.
Clinical diagnosis, but most of you will probably concur that she has a sort of supercharged feminine quality for which there is no term we're aware of, but that you will likely have...
I think the term for me is pretending and overcompensating for lack of anything important to say. I think that's what I would classify that as. People who are loud and obnoxious and they feel the need to be constantly talking. Yeah, that kind of person.
Encountered at some points in your life. A quality wherein everything seems like it's supposed to be cute, and the most mundane of stories are told as if there was some sort of magical comedy of errors.
Let's talk about the Christmas present with Keith.
Okay.
I started wrapping a Christmas present for Keith, a little American flag pillow that Tyler and I had picked out the night before at Kohl's, and I couldn't find any tape. I had taped one side, ran out of tape, got very frustrated, left it on the ground and left it open because there was no more tape to complete the wrapping of it.
So, you know, we're not going to spend too much time with it, and shit like that is a big part of the reason why. But here's a few things that came up over the course of those 2 hours that are worth noting before moving on to some of the fun stuff.
Before the mailboxes, I start to slow down. I see a vehicle go past Sunrise Drive to, like, the front 2 tires are past the actual street sign, and then it backs up. And I immediately have that feeling of, that was weird. And they back up.
You had a hard time calming?
It's frustrating because I know she was wearing a hat, but I can't see the color and I can't see her clothes.
Okay. I'll make a note.
He asked for help. I want to say it's maybe like a hey or something to get my attention.
Is the car on Sunrise right now, or is it still on
No.
Old Oregon Trail?
It's on Old Oregon Trail. I walked towards where the vehicle had backed up, but was still far enough away from it that, because I was still cautious, I had my phone in my right hand and my earbuds on, and I took out my left to hear her, and then she opened the door, and then I saw the small revolver, and I immediately ducked down. I crouched down, like in a ducking, crouching.
Did she say, "Get in, loser"? We're doing that plan you told us to do. Is that what happened?
I mean, my knees weren't on the ground. It was almost.
Can you demonstrate?
Yes. Phones in my hand, earbud out, towards the vehicle. This, not all the way down. Laid my phone down.
In the days since her return, Keith has surely told Sherry about all of the thoughts that were rushing through his head in the wake of her disappearance. And we'd bet good money that his observation about the strange placement of her phone that he seemed fixated on from the get-go didn't get left out of a single telling. So naturally, Sherry has made sure to take care of that little detail in her account of the abduction. Her decision to promptly and proactively discard her sole means of contacting outside help was one she immediately regretted, of course.
I put my phone down. As soon as I set it down, I was so mad because I couldn't call my husband. And as soon as I set it down, and then I turned and I pulled my hair out because.
Sherry never actually will wind up elaborating on the reasoning behind pulling her hair out as some sort of defense tactic. It seems like she thinks an explanation is needed for why some of it was found tangled in her headphones. Though in a case where practically everything looks fishy, that one detail was never a huge red flag.
I ran away, and I didn't, and
Well, you see, officer, what happened is I initially pulled out my earphones with the hair in it because I wanted it to seem like I was forcefully pulled into the car. But then when you started questioning me, I forgot that was supposed to be the story. So I just said I took it off gently. And I put it down on the ground, but I forgot I was supposed to make you believe that it was ripped off me by somebody else. So I think the way that the hair got there was,
I should have, and I just.
You want to come back up to the table?
And then I got up and went this direction. And I can't remember lifting my leg. I can't remember the back door open.
That much would technically be true, as Dodge Challengers do not have back doors.
The first thing I remember is the nausea and waking up and trying to.
Of all the many, very strange details in Sherry's account, the one that leaps out as perhaps the strangest is her claim to have fallen asleep in the back of the car several times during the commute from the spot she was kidnapped to the house in which she would be held captive. This is in spite of no head knocks or drugging of any kind ever making it into the story of how she was taken, though she will go on to clarify in an interview with the FBI that it was, quote, like a yucky feeling kind of sleep. Whatever the hell that's supposed to mean.
The last time I woke up in the car, it was bright. I'm trying to think like were my muscles sore, was my ear sore? Because when I lay on my ear for a long time, it hurts. And I could wake up and I can't remember any of that.
Do you remember any music?
Oh, gosh darn, officer, I just can't remember. Gosh darn it, I'm sure that would have been so good for your investigation. For collecting evidence. Oh no, gosh darn it.
As you were driving around in the car?
Yes, mariachi music.
Being that Sherry has decided to peg
They're playing mariachi music while they were. Yes, Your Honor. They were American because the national anthem was playing from the 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 car's speakers when they abducted me. It was the national anthem. Yes.
two Mexican women for this crime. She makes sure to include little Mexican-y details wherever she can to keep things authentic.
Oh no, she gonna say they were eating tacos? They were eating tacos from Taco Bell. They got some tamales from a lady down the street as they arrived at their house. they had sombreros. Oh no, they said I'm gonna send you to my brothers in the cartel, in the Mexican cartel. Did they specifically say that? And it's pretty spooky. Oh no.
What'd they give you to eat?
Rice, tortillas. One day I got 2 apples.
Since we've touched it twice, you mentioned the house twice or location where you remember.
Your Honor, Mr. Officer Detective, I was spooked because I think I was still in America, but when we went to the abductor's house, instead of having an American flag outside the house, they had a Mexican flag outside the house. I'm sure you can use that for your investigation. Yes, write that down. Mexican flag at the house.
Can we talk about that?
There was boards on the windows, and I yanked that fucker out of the wall super quick, and that's what got her in the room, was that noise. I was standing on the bed to get to the window. There was 2 boards. It didn't go all the way across the window. It was window, board. I'm doing a terrible drawing. Board. There was no space in between. Sorry.
How about the bathroom? What'd that look like?
There was a crack in the tile. It was a light colored tile that was speckled. There was a crack in the tile. It was always hands on the wall. It was a really high pressured shower with just your standard cheapy shower head. I was never allowed to touch the nozzle.
Was it like a trailer bathroom, manufactured?
There was wood paneling.
It was a Mexican bathrooms.
Like I could have busted right through the wood paneling. It was very thin, and
You want
the
to
walls
bust
were
through
thin.
Listen, Buster.
What's the comment about when you were on the cable?
What do you mean?
A minute ago you said when I was on the cable. Were you tethered to a cable?
There was a chain around my waist. So the chain had.
Sure.
Okay, sorry. The chain. So here's a pretty stick figure.
It's impossible to...
Really? It's a pretty stick figure. She does it in her cute ooh voice. While in the middle of an investigation, while in the middle of questioning. That's what I'm gonna do when the police come to investigate me for why I refuse to upload my ID. And say, but Mr. FBI Agent Fox Mulder, I don't want I don't trust the websites because they get hacked and they get leaked every day. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do, and then you'll all get to watch it when they release the investigation recording. Yeah,
Not notice that Sherry will use that same sickly cute affect she does when relaying anecdotes about running out of wrapping tape when she's drawing a sketch of how she was supposedly chained up in a dark closet for almost 3 weeks. In fairness, if someone like Sherry actually did go through what she claims, maybe you could write it off as some sort of coping mechanism. She goes on to draw the closet and
No,
lay out of the room
I really
it was
don't think so.
adjacent to in some detail.
I really wouldn't buy that. That even somebody with such a bright personality, I doubt they would be like that. I would not expect if Lily Pichu were to go into something traumatic like that, that she would be super duper happy. She would be very depressed and downtrodden. I don't think that's the kind of... I think people who are really like that are very in touch with their emotions, and they really actually express what their emotions are through their voice and their inflection. I doubt they would have the cold, calculating control to do that under serious trauma. And that's how we know that first and foremost, this woman here is not under any serious trauma, and secondly, that the fact that she thinks people buy her story, the fact that she thinks her story is at all believable from her such an amazing, wonderful plan. She is not cold and calculating. She is not cold and calculating. She's not as adept at social engineering as she believes herself to be. Let's put it that way.
Detail, which will be very important later on, especially this part.
And then there was this pole, stupid pole, attached here, came down all the way up. Fucking pole is the only reason why I was there. The cable was here. I didn't need to turn. I'm sorry for sweating. And then the cable I could reach all the way to the bed. Couldn't reach the door. Couldn't reach the window. Could reach the bed. There was at all times there was a bucket in the closet. That's what I used to go to the bathroom in.
So that's the gist of Sherry's story, and it's one that with the benefit of hindsight, we now know to be just about completely false. Even without the benefit of hindsight though, some of you may be thinking something along the lines of, there's no way I could have listened to at least most of that and not thought it was fishy, to put it mildly, so how come everyone in the room seems like they're buying it hook, line and sinker? And in a similar vein, seeing as it's going to be some...
Because they're the police, that's how they investigate. They take it for what it is at face value, so that they can determine, based off what you're saying, based off your characteristics, based off your stuff. I don't buy that. This guy has a true crime channel, and his audience doesn't already know this. Why is he asking such an obvious rhetorical question to people who are into this kind of stuff? They know, buddy. We all know.
4 odd years before Sherry is actually nailed for all of this, aren't all the pot shots being taken at her lack of criminal know-how too self-satisfied by half? Was Sherry's plan cleverer than it's being given credit for? Or were the police in Reading just shockingly uncritical in their evaluation of her story? The answer is no on both counts. Sherry's plan was unambiguously terrible, and we'll get into more and more detail as to why that's so as the video progresses. For the time being though, one of the main terrible features of it was that in order for it to work, Sherry had to count on one guy, James Reyes, never coming forward with the truth about what happened during those 3 weeks, no matter how out of hand the story got in the media. To that extent, Sherry just got extremely lucky, which circles back nicely to the question of police competence. It's easy for us to sit back and point out all the ways in which Sherry's story is far-fetched, but prosecutors can't level serious charges against a person just because they call bullshit. They have to actually have something material backing their allegations if they want their case to make it to court, let alone get a conviction. So with Sherry being as lucky as she was, the powers that be wound up not having anything material that undermined her claims, but instead just an underlying sense of, And they followed through on that sense, as well as whatever
An underlying sense of RB sus.
the tips came through regarding the phantom kidnappers over the course of those several years.
Oh shit! I guess when I have Photoshop open, I should turn on. Oh, there it is now. I should turn on the dark background. Where is my chat thingy? I deleted it? What? I thought for sure I still had it. So here we go. It's just in a different. There we go. Let me move that into the correct folder. Where's the chat folder? There we go. No, wait, but over here. Okay, now that should be even more better. Do we have any more sussy? Do we have cringe car on YouTube? We don't have cringe car on YouTube. Oh, Pepe cringe. That should fall into the dark chat background. 3, 2, 1. There it is. It's too far to the left, but yeah, that works. I think I should move it leftward a bit more. Give me this guy. Let's change the width. The width is 420. Change it to 3. I guess maybe it's because my username is so long that it shows up. Far left. Okay, let's try this one. Give me another emote. What about who are you? Wait, where'd he go? Oh, I have too many emotes on there. Oh, it's not even. There we go. Who are you? The trumpet guy in New York. Who are you? That should be further left than it was before. There it is. Okay. It was. Did I put 350? The text is a little small. I'll work on that later, some other time. For now, I'll just do it like this. Easy peasy. Okay, back to the spooky story. The spooky story of the woman who kidnapped herself and thinks people believe her.
Invariably winding up at dead ends, because these investigations often move slowly. But all it takes is one break, and in the spring of 2017, they got the first part of that break when a DNA sample was recovered from the underwear Sherry was wearing on the morning she returned. As a quick aside, it's also worth noting that on May 7th of 2018, Keith Papini contacted FBI investigators to report that during a therapy session, Sherry was able to recover a memory of her 2 Mexican kidnappers pouring a sticky substance into her mouth, which she then wiped off on her underwear. Anyway, we don't know if the DNA originated from a sticky substance or not, but we do know it definitely didn't come from any Mexican woman, because in March of 2020...
What if it was her? What if she was breastfeeding her? You don't know that. What the heck?
Again, these things often move slowly. Investigators got a familial match for the DNA from the FBI's CODIS database, meaning they found a person who, while not being the contributor, was very closely related to whoever that contributor may be. That familial match was none other than the father of one James Reyes, who investigators knew to be an ex-boyfriend of Sherry Papini. On June 9th of 2020, they recovered an iced tea bottle from Reyes's trash, from which they retrieved a DNA sample that matched the previously unknown male DNA found on Sherry's underwear. And then on August 10th, James Reyes got an unexpected knock on the door.
Hello, good morning. Good morning. Are you James? Yes. Hi, how you doing? Good. I'm Kyle Wong from the sheriff's office. Do you have a couple of minutes we can talk? Sure. So what can I help you boys with? We're here regarding Sherry Papini.
You boys.
Okay. Just trying to figure out how you know her, when was the last time you talked to her,
Well, me and Sherry dated back in '02.
Reyes plays dumb for a little while, and the investigators remain friendly. But after about 10 minutes, they decide it's time to be a little more explicit about their purpose for being here.
We're here for a reason.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm from Shasta County.
Oh, yeah.
He's from the FBI office in Redding because we're the ones who worked her abduction case.
Okay.
And that's why we're here.
Yeah.
So we got here because we found some evidence that ties you to the abduction side of things, not from a haven't seen her in 10 years.
Okay.
And so here's the deal, James. You know, we're not here to jam you up, but we do want to understand the truth of what happened with Sharon. But
yeah, I'm just
at this point, you haven't broken the law.
No, yeah, I'm aware.
But there's information that I think you have about the abduction that we would want to know.
Yeah, I mean, that's all I can get. All I know is what I read about it. You know, I try to look it up.
We're going to start getting on a slippery slope.
Yeah.
And I want to stop you before we start falling. Your DNA is found with her at the time that she was found.
Okay. So we know either she was with you or she was close to you or a house that you've been at.
It's seminal fluid.
The term seminal fluid will certainly sound alarming to James. What the investigators don't mention is that the quantity and condition of the DNA found was consistent with what's called washer transfer, which is basically what it sounds like. I.e., as bad as seminal fluid on underwear may sound, it's not exactly a smoking gun for sexual contact in this case. Though you couldn't fault anyone for having suspicions, especially after Sherry's disclosure of that sticky substance her abductors poured down her mouth. Seeing as it doesn't actually make any material difference precisely where James's DNA came from, it's really just fodder for gossip at the end of the day. The important thing is the investigators' play works, and so after dealing with some bird problems...
It's 8:53, we're pausing because a parakeet flew out of his house and he's got to grab it.
James begins to come clean with what happened and how.
I mean, I'm not trying to lie, you know, okay, I'll be honest. Like, she's a good friend of mine. I didn't kidnap her, you know, I just...
You see, officer, what happened is she was thirsty, and I collect some samples which I keep in the fridge, and I guess maybe she thought it was milk, and maybe she spilled it on her underwear.
In need, asking for help.
What was her need? What did she say?
She was trying to get away from her husband, and I don't know their deal.
Okay.
You know, I didn't get deep into that because there's always two sides to every story.
Yeah.
You know, I went and got her.
In what car?
A rental car.
Okay. And then you guys immediately drove down.
He's like, fuck this bitch. I'm gonna tell them all. Oh no. It doesn't surprise me that a person like this doesn't keep the highest quality people who can keep a promise. But I guess that's to our social benefit. Was he unaware? Did he just assume she wanted like a lift somewhere for like 2 or 3 days just to show the husband a lesson, but then she ended up turning it into like a 3-week thing? Is that? And so he's like, okay, no, I'm good. I don't want any part of this. Is that what's happening? Oh no.
Straight down. I mean, a couple stops too.
Did
grab
you
coffee.
in the back the whole time?
Yeah. Yeah.
What'd you guys
She'd
talk
lay
about?
down, just, you know, take a nap. I don't know.
Is it okay if I go look in that room, the closet? I'm curious if it's the same as she described it.
Oh, the closet? Yeah.
That's cool.
We're going that way.
The closet is going to be very important next time we catch up with Sherry. For now, all we'll say about it is that it's one of several examples of Sherry seeming to have a need for her fantasy to comport with her actual lived experience wherever possible. Nowhere does this become more apparent than the windows to her room.
What about the window? Anything to deal with the window? Did she do anything with the window?
There's just boards over it, so she couldn't see. There was no light coming in. She wanted to be dark.
Who put the boards up?
I did. I just screwed them in there for her.
So Sherry went to the trouble, or rather had James go to the trouble, of boarding up the windows to her bedroom. James will disclose that no neighbours would have had any easy line of sight into that room. Sherry lived out most of her stay at James's house in that room, deprived of virtually all natural light for no one's benefit but her own, presumably just so she could feel a little more like she was in the situation she planned to describe at a later date. She is a very strange woman.
So during that 22 days,
her line of thinking is, okay, the way that the FBI and the police collect evidence is that they run all of these tests on your clothes and your skin and your eyes and your tummy to see what you eated. And so in order for them to buy the story that I was abducted and kidnapped and tortured just enough for it to inconvenience me for a few days, I'm gonna subject my skin to no sunlight for a few days and say that that is how my captors kept me. And then when they analyze my skin, they'll see no sunlight there for the past 3 weeks. That's probably what she was thinking. That's the depth of her scientific knowledge of biology. Probably.
is she has some significant injuries.
Yeah.
So there's a brand on her.
Yeah.
There's significant.
Oh no! Is he gonna say, "Oh yeah, I saw her. She did that herself"? I would love it. Please, James, say it. Say that. That's what she did.
Bruising. How did all that stuff come about?
She did a lot of that while she was here. I mean, she just hit herself with something, and I helped her. I mean, I didn't punch her or anything. I didn't even put hands on her or anything. She just was just like, banged a puck off my leg, so I shot a puck off her leg lightly.
Oh no!
To create a bruise.
Yeah.
What about the burns?
That was us. You know, she wanted, what do you call it, a wood burning tool. I mean, I don't even know what it said, and I don't remember what it was. All I know is that I just used that, and
you put the object on
the request.
And then where was she at?
It was right where that chair is. There's a plug right behind that door right there.
Okay.
I mean, it's not. How do you brand somebody?
Oh holy moly! This guy's fucking This building was constructed in this year, and I constructed this room. I made these modifications here just for her, just to her specifications. She even paid for the contractors. She also paid me to install this window here, and also for the blinds. And she also wanted me to board up the windows, and she paid for it with her credit card. And oh no! And then she promised me the first $1 million that would come from the movie that they make about her, that she was going to keep in she's going to list me as a beneficiary in her 401k. Yeah, it's all there. I got all the paperwork here. Let me get you copies that I made 2 days ago.
Like, it's asking you to do it, you know?
Jeez.
I'm like, I don't even know. So I'm like, oh, this is probably gonna hurt. I mean, I've never done this.
What food?
Just whatever I bought. I mean, whatever. I go to the store and just buy food. Make tacos.
Taco Bell.
So she was telling the truth about those tortillas.
I mean, she wasn't starving.
Okay.
But she was not eating as much as she would.
She chose to eat.
Like, she'd make food, be like me and you eating every day, but just having half a banana. Then having a meal. She went weight loss, lose weight, become skinny. She's already tiny. I didn't know what the final plan was. Like, were we gonna end up together? Was that her plan? I mean, there's a lot surrounding this situation. Like, you know, she was gonna stay longer. Was her plan? I don't know how long, but she couldn't be away from her kids anymore. And so
I guess they're gonna end up having to charge him though, regardless, for withholding evidence. Like, they're gonna have to cut off a couple of years or a little bit of the fine for just coming clean here on first contact. Oh no, this poor guy. He was used by this narcissistic woman. Oh no, poor guy.
she's just like, I'm ready to go. And I'm just like,
I'm ready. How about you?
I'm just like, are you seriously? Because like, I have. This time she lived in Buena Park, and I had to.
You had plans, right?
I came down. I drove straight. I never went to sleep. I was awake for like 60 hours, man.
Did she put anything on her?
Yeah, just whatever she had put together. Like whatever I had bought and she put together.
Do you
remember? And I can't remember. I know I bought some. I think I bought some chain one time for her.
James continues to explain to investigators all the ways in which Sherry came to be in the state she was in when she was found, as well as the elementary, though admittedly effective method they used to keep their contact with each other off the radar with the use of prepaid burner phones. It's around this point that Agent Jackson comes up with a very fun idea.
What do you think Sherry would do if you texted her and said, hey, the FBI said they want to talk to me, what should I tell them?
Oh no. Oh no. This guy's good. He wants to read. He wants to read the fake text. Oh no. He's doing this for his own amusement, and I guess I'm thankful enough that we get to experience it for our amusement as well.
I don't know.
How do you think she would respond?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't talked to her since that point.
Would you be willing to do that?
Yeah, I could do it. I mean...
But unfortunately, for whatever reason, that little sting operation never came to pass. So he will forever be denied.
Fuck! Why? Did his superior reject that plan? We need to find that guy and hang him. Oh no, dude, you missed out on some extra good lols. What the? Oh, que lástima, bro. Oh no.
Denied the pleasure of seeing what those text responses would have looked like. At one point, a woman who seems to be a relative of some kind just sort of wanders into the room and manages to provide this insight.
So we were here during the Sherry Bikini stuff. A couple of years ago, she was abducted. Reported that she was abducted from Reading.
Oh, I heard it on the news.
Okay.
Yes.
He said that you might have known something about him and her at that point.
You mean like when they dated? Like a long, long time ago?
No, like
during the abduction time.
Mm,
did he tell you that she was here during the abduction time?
kind of, but we kind of kept it. We just didn't talk about it really.
Oh no. She was roped into this too, this guy's girlfriend. Oh no. If you're gonna try to fool the average citizen, Patch, you can't sit here. My tablet. I guess I can't keep working on my art because she's sitting on my tablet now. Let's go ahead and save before she makes some changes. Before she draws some food to tell me that she's hungry. If you're gonna make up an elaborate story like this to try to convince people that you've been abducted, at least tell the people who are in on it, and then just say, okay, well, if you get caught, then I don't know, don't tell them nothing. Oh no, these poor people, they got. It doesn't even seem like this guy, the James guy, knew what the ultimate plan was. He probably just heard, rent a car, pick me up. I'm gonna pretend I'm abducted, and then we'll just hang out for a couple days, and then I'll go back. That's probably all. That's probably all she told him. Oh no.
Apparently, multiple members of the Reyes family became aware of Sherry's presence over the course of those 3 weeks, and ultimately they all decided to just not talk about it. It really is hard to overstate just how lucky she was.
All of these multiple people in this family, they knew she was there. They 100% saw the news. They 100% saw probably the missing posters. And they all said, can you charge them for that? I don't know. What? Oh no. I hope all of the charges that would have gone toward these people, except maybe James. Maybe he deserves like a little slap on the wrist, a little fine for James. But everybody else, all of the charges that would have gone toward them should go onto the woman. We'll do that Patrick meme. Take all of these charges over here and put him over there. That's what should happen here. If there's any justice at all in the world, that's how it should play out. But let's see.
But with James spilling the beans, that luck had finally run out. And just a few days later, Sherry and Keith were called into the Shasta County Sheriff's Office for what was accurately described as a big break in the case.
Some stuff's come up, so we've always had the DNA out there in the world.
Here's an interesting little game you can play during the first section of this interview. We'll call the game, When Does Sherry Get It? Playing the game is simple. You just have to try and guess at what point it clicks in Sherry's mind that she's in a lot of trouble. There are no right or wrong answers, just like there are no mind readers.
She definitely seems like the kind of woman who is incredibly oblivious, especially against people who actually have brains. Which goes hand in hand with her plan, how she thought people would buy it, would buy her story. So she's not gonna get it until the cuffs are on her hands and she's behind the bars. That's when she's gonna get it. No amount of detail or information or subtext is gonna get through to her. That's the kind of person she is. Let's give her 20 minutes. 20 minutes on the clock starting right now.
But even for Sherry, the penny has to drop sometime before the first direct confrontation. And it's just kind of fun to try and pinpoint the moment.
Sorry, Tom, before we get too far, obviously, just like always, thank you for coming. We appreciate you taking the time to come talk to us. As always, your presence here is voluntary.
Yeah.
You can go at any time. And all we want is truthful statements because it's a crime to lie to federal officers.
Oh, yeah. No, it's good.
Understood?
Yeah.
Well, that would be a pretty good moment to pick. An officer reminding you it's a crime to lie to them is never exactly comforting, and Sherry does look awfully still around this time. It's a shame we can't get a good look at her face. There won't be any glaring signs of
This is why I never talk to the police. Never once talk to the police. Because you can tell that the law enforcement is about to violate your rights because they're approaching you and they want to talk to you. That's how you can tell they're about to violate your rights. And I am of the belief of an eye for an eye and fight fire with fire. So if they lie to me, then I have to lie to them too. So therefore, never talk to the police.
nervousness from her in the direct wake of that warning, though, and you have to remember she's been accustomed to receiving the benefit of the doubt for almost 4 years now. So our guess is no. Sherry does not yet get it.
So there's always been DNA out there, and we've done testing after testing. We've gone out to like the Parabon, which is a private company that does all like the genetics, and we've just hit wall after wall after wall. But recently, we found a familial DNA hit.
From Sherry's perspective, this should be very concerning news. If real DNA found on her led to relatives of a real person, well, they can't be relatives of a fake kidnapper, can they? No fidgeting, though. Breathing rate looks pretty normal from this angle. Does Sherry not get it yet?
So one of the things that came out to us, is there anything in there that looks
of interest or notable?
And that's an awkward photo, but
yeah.
No.
So the picture's a little grained out. So
there, to me, I see a table there that somewhat looks like something you described to me in the past, and then I see wood paneling.
Thanks, Keith. Yes, at this moment, Sherry is being shown a picture of a table photographed in Reyes's house that matches a very specific description she gave to police in August 2017 of the table she was branded on. Stop for a second to marvel at that. Sherry had 22 days to concoct all the details of her story she wanted, yet she still chose to describe a table in Reyes's house complete with all of its most distinct features, ensuring that if the investigation ever did make its way to Reyes's house, she would be all the more linked to it. Suffice to say, Amy Dunn would not be impressed.
Talking about the room?
Yeah, we noted both of those things back in August 2017. Is when we spoke with you about, and you showed us this picture of the table.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that, Sherry?
Yeah, I do.
And so when we were trolling through this, Facebook page,
Trolling.
he saw just the edge of that table.
Yeah.
Denise caught it, in fact.
Oh, cool.
Denise said, "Hey, Peter."
Sherry certainly shouldn't be feeling a lot of love for Denise and her apparently keen observational skills right now. Is she just putting it on? Or does she still not get it?
Look at this table. And I was like, oh wait, you're right.
Yeah.
No, the reason she's not gonna get it is because she thinks she's in the clear because it's been a long time, and so she believes that she is a mastermind, and she is a saboteur, and she's able to outsmart the police. I think that the people who believe that they are able to outsmart the police are not the kind of people who are actually able to outsmart the police. Unless you're me.
And it has the wood paneling.
Mm-hmm.
So like, well, where was that photo taken, right? So we're trying to figure that out.
So,
okay.
So that's led us obviously now to the, obviously this Facebook page has a person. It's got like people tagged into it, so it has, so Peter has a.
But that's still a valid memory, right? Is that this was the table?
Yeah.
A table like this was the table you were on when you were branded?
And we've been talking about that a lot because so many memories are so faded now.
It's been a long time.
It's been a really long time. So, like, details and things like that, we did the best that we could to take notes on it and all of that, but a lot of it's really hard.
Sure.
It's hard to think about. So were you able to find, like, where that house is?
Yeah.
And what? Tell me more. Tell me more. Tell me more.
We'll get to that.
Okay.
So if you look at this closet,
Oh no. Oh no. She's about to start fake crying, fake trauma dumping. Oh no. Oh no. She's about to put on as good of a performance as she can. But it's also going to be super duper lazy and say, oh no, I'm crying because, oh no, I remember now. It's bringing me back to that moment. Oh, fuck, I'm going to hate this.
Okay, if not before when talking about her fading memories of the table, then right here is when we think Sherry truly gets it. She definitely knows she's staring at a picture of James's closet right now, and she definitely knows that's very bad news.
Obviously, there's stuff in there now.
I'm not looking at stuff.
I literally was cleaning papers out yesterday and found that you didn't.
It was a sign from God.
I've seen it now. Can I look at it?
Oh no, this poor husband.
Now Sherry is in a real bind. Obviously she'll want to distance herself from this closet as much as possible, but her memory genuinely will have faded over the years, and as such she won't have perfect recall of exactly what details she did and did not give when originally describing the closet to police. So what details should she now identify as not being in line with her surroundings while she was being held captive? It's a tough one, especially considering, just like with the table, she did, astoundingly, use this specific closet, complete with its very distinct feature of a metal pole smack bang in the middle of it, as her point of reference when giving that first description.
It's a little bit different, but it's pretty, excuse my language, it's pretty fucking similar. But it's different.
what's different or what's the same?
It's hard. There's a lot of shit in the photos, but...
Then Sherry finds herself in exactly the same predicament, with the bedroom off the closet and the boarded up windows within.
Window. With the wood paneling?
I feel like this wood paneling is too thick, but I mean,
You mean this
There
way?
was wood paneling, but I can't remember something like that being there. And I don't remember.
That's
Remember it going all the way up to the window is what I'm having trouble remembering.
The window in that photo has holes along the edges.
There's holes.
I just don't.
Right?
Yeah, hold on a second here.
We're going fast.
By the time they get to the bathroom, even Keith seems to be getting...
They're going too fast for her. She can't keep up. She's like that. Oh, this is perfect. This is perfect. I got it. Futurama. Fuck. Please tell me it's here. Please. Oh, here it is. Perfect. Perfect. They're going too fast for her. Kind of like this.
Are you a bonehead? Are you a bonehead?
I have to tell important something.
Whoa, slow down. You're going a mile a minute.
That's her. It's going too fast for her.
Irked by Sherry's umming and ahhing in response to these spot-on matches.
That and it couldn't even be a detail next step. That would have been important.
So far, it was everything I can.
So one of the things that we always noted in the bathroom description is just the weird layout of the bathroom. Do you remember the layout of the bathroom?
Yes. Well,
Let's talk about the description, best description, and then we'll start showing some pictures.
there's door, toilet, sink, tub. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
You walk in the door, first there's the toilet.
Yes.
On the right.
On which side?
If I'm.
She's a world just in general.
I am.
Sherry reviews the bathroom photos and decides her best play at this point is to just stick with every specific detail is the same, but it's still different.
This doesn't look like the bathroom to me, but the order is, yes, this is the type of order, but this is not what it looked like to me.
And
so the order is correct, but you don't recognize the bathroom as
So,
being what
so
you
it's
recall.
kind of like, but not exactly.
Do you remember there
That's
was
what
a
she's
detail
saying.
about the shower that you provided previously? Something on the tile or something like that? Do you remember
That
any
there
of
was
those?
tile in the bed, there was a
Oh, wait,
crack.
her eyes are way
Where was the
bigger.
crack? It's not a memory test. If you don't remember, that's fine. But we remembered that detail when we took some of these photos, and we were just trying to bump it up against what you might remember.
I don't know.
In general, are we talking about, okay.
Sherry really is going into problem-solving overdrive now. If she tries
Oh
to move
no.
the
She has to use more than 10% of her brain now. Fuck. They're onto something. Oh no.
location of the crack in the tiling of the bath, then she's contradicting her previous statements. If she affirms the detail, well, she knows exactly what's going to be put in front of her.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm trying to get myself there, and
just
I don't.
as a reminder, I do remember when we went to my grandma's house.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't like her tile because it reminded you of that. I think I sent.
You sent us a picture.
Yes.
That's why I would say we.
That's what I just want to remind her because if you think of that, because I can't even think of what her tile looks like right now, but I do remember you didn't like that at all.
God, faking trauma at the sight of the tiling in Keith's grandma's bathroom. Can you imagine the amount of nonsense this man has had to tolerate and support for the last several years and prior?
Oh no.
So this crack is in a different location than this crack, which is probably better viewed in this photo.
And now Detective Wallace will share some news that notably only Keith seems to be excited about.
We're showing you all of this because ultimately this is the house that you were at. We talked to the people who live there.
Sorry.
We found the house. We found who was involved. We talked to who was involved. We talked to family who knows that you were there, and talked to a couple people talked to one guy who did see you during this event. Unfortunately, there's a lot of truths and then there's some unknowns. Like one of the simple ones, like, well, this description of the bathroom is just weird. Like that was like an argument in all of our offices where we were sitting there like this part's weird. But then we find a house with it.
It's unique to this place. Like that's a pretty custom. You can't just go out to IKEA and buy a closet that looks like this.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So once we have all those things and we start talking to the person who lives here, who had lived there, who still lives there, start talking to his family and starting that whole investigation, peeling one thing back after another, doing the same thing we've done for the last 4 years. It led us to a specific person, but not a female. It led us to the car that picked you up, but not an SUV. So there's lots of different aspects that are truths and false.
He's got to mention though that we did find somebody who ate tacos. He's got to specify that. What the heck?
Because the
Crucial
DNA came
detail.
back, like I said, to a specific person. That specific person told us very specific things. We can talk with Keith or without Keith here. What would you like?
Oh no. Oh no. She's a deer in headlights. Oh
It's
no.
completely up to you.
It's been a long road, Sherry, but we just want to talk to you, and we can have Keith step out. That's gonna make you.
She's channeling her inner light Yagami to try to find a way out of this one. What's her play gonna be?
Okay. It's up to you.
Do you want to step out or do you want to stay?
Obviously, I want to stay.
One of the most interesting things to observe in all of this is just how not taken aback Keith is by the obvious shift in tone. It's almost as if a part of him has been anticipating a moment like this for years.
Or we can do a little bit of both. Talk to you alone first, and then have him come back in.
We changed the tone of the interview.
You can feel it already in the room from the way you walked in to what you're feeling right now.
So if you want Keith to leave, I'll ask Keith nicely to leave. If you don't want Keith to leave, then he can sit here and listen to you.
Press on.
And we'll move on to the next stages.
Yeah, there's no trick here. We're just trying to make sure that you're as comfortable to talk as you can be to talk.
It's no trick. There's just evidence.
They're asking you. They're not asking me. Obviously, I would want to be here and whatever needs to come out.
And you can change your mind in the future too if you
But no
want to
matter
change
what,
it.
it's going to be out. So.
Like I said in the beginning, you're free to go. So if you wanted to chat with them privately, that's fine too. But we want to talk to you.
And we can leave the room, give you guys the room for a couple minutes. This next stage of things could be benign.
To state the obvious, there is nothing Sherry could say to the information the officers plan to put in front of her that could render it benign. Ultimately, she does go with the leave me and Keith together for a moment option. And while this video has mocked Sherry for her lack of cunning on occasion, it's important to give credit where it's due, because she does seem to have a real intuition for one golden rule. If you're sitting in a police interview room where you know you're being taped, but you have some hastily thrown together lies to tell your partner that you don't want police or future YouTubers to hear, make sure to lower your voice a bit, like almost to a whisper even.
You need to stop waiting around and talking to you now.
Why do you have to? I don't give a shit about that. I don't want them to find her. I don't want them to find her. I don't want her to be arrested. I don't want to press charges on her. I don't want to find her.
The her Sherry is referring to is the smaller of the two Mexican women. The narrative she's going to attempt to build from here is basically one wherein she wants to protect the captor who seemed to facilitate her escape. This would actually make some sense were it not for the fact that Sherry has been enthusiastically aiding an investigation to track this phantom woman down for years up until this very moment.
I don't know. But I don't want them to find her. You're not listening to me.
Why?
Because she saved my life.
What the heck? Supposed to get a new layer.
Look at how I'm being right now. I have fucking
Well, that's not me. I don't want them to find her. I don't want to press charges.
It's
and
the
I don't want-
Kuromis.
I don't want to go down that road. But you tell her. I don't want to go down that road. I don't want to advise her. Because she saved my life and she's the reason why I get to hold my children every single day. Yes, I don't want to get it. I don't want them to find her. I don't know what I don't want them to arrest her. Why? Because she saved my life. So you don't press her. They still need to find out who it is. No matter what happens, you think she just sits here? This comes out, they find the house, it's over. Whatever happened is over. And it doesn't matter what you say. They're getting, the girl's gonna get in trouble.
Keith's reasoning here is very sound, and it seems he's now truly done with playing the role of sad sap on the sidelines. You can basically pinpoint the moment he takes his power back.
Wow, what the heck? Why would this guy betray his wife? He's supposed to be a loyal, loving husband who's always by her side. No matter, she would never betray him or anything like that. What the heck? She's a victim. This toxic masculinity over here, throwing her to the wolves.
You're not making sense to me. To the point where I'm getting scared. So you need to tell me what's going on. Immediately. Yeah.
Right there, in the face of Sherry's desperation, Keith's response
Oh my goodness, that's such a happy. Yep. Time's up, let's go.
to an ominous knock is, "Come right in, officers. We're looking at a new man now."
You want me in the room or not?
Hopefully you've had a chance to chat briefly.
The fears
later, maybe. But I'd rather you just answer the question.
Nothing that I'll say to you, I won't eventually tell him if you want me to.
The investigators will now transition into laying their discoveries on Sherry. And as they do, we again encourage you to keep an eye on Keith, because even as the revelations become increasingly more insane, his body language, particularly the continuously nodding head, seems to say, "Oh yeah, this makes sense."
Sherry, look at me. What do you want?
I don't want her to get in trouble.
She's not going to get in trouble. So the DNA came back to James Reyes.
The DNA that was on you belongs to James Reyes.
The picture, and can I get the picture? The picture of the table is James Reyes' little brother who died recently. We talked to him. We get on a polygraph. We talked to everybody around him. We have the rental agreements, phone rental, the car rental agreements. We have everything that says that he said he told us to.
That's James' brother, deceased Nick.
So everything, you've told us so many truths in this situation. The reason why you can describe the room is because you stayed in the room in the dark for hours, for days on end. The reason why you lost so much weight is because you stopped eating. The reason why you got a rash on your arm is because you cleaned his house. The reason why the brand is because he went to the store, bought the brand tools, and branded you. The reason why your nose was broke is because of a hockey stick. I know all of those things, and I know there was no sex. I know all of that because he passed a polygraph test.
Detective Wallace will make repeated appeals to polygraph results when putting the pressure on Sherry. Standard disclaimer that this channel puts no stock in polygraphs beyond sometimes being effective interrogation props, and you can watch a full video making that case linked in the description. So as far as we're concerned, whether or not Sherry ever had sex with James Reyes as a reward for his assistance is still a totally open question. But really, at this point, who cares?
That said, it's not an abduction. She asked me to come get her. No. I rented a car. No. I drove up and picked her up. He passed the polygraph test, Sherry.
If that's not what happened, what did happen, Sherry?
I don't know. No, there's no way it's James. There's no way.
There's a not too difficult to spot attempt at testing the possibility of throwing James under the bus here. There's no way it's James, instead of something to the effect of, I didn't do these things. Sherry's trying to protest a suggestion that hasn't been made, i.e. that James Reyes kidnapped her. It's beyond optimistic of her to think anyone in this room would wind up entertaining such a notion.
It was beyond optimistic that anyone suspected this was a real abduction since the beginning.
Especially given what the police have just told her they know.
Even collected blonde hairs from the room.
There's no way it's James. There's no way.
I'm like that it is.
Why are you saying it's not James?
It was me.
What's up?
We were friends.
Mhm.
There's no way.
And he came and got you because you asked him.
No.
When was the last time you had contact with James?
Brother died.
Brother died in 2017. Is that right?
I don't remember.
Was it before or after the abduction? Before.
There is no way it's him.
Well, it is James.
The DNA tells us that it was his DNA on it.
And when we talked to him and confronted him with the DNA,
He told us what happened.
He 100% told us what happened.
And gave us details that nobody else would know.
And we can call him and we can all talk about it. But ultimately, can you look at me for a second? Ultimately, we put him on a polygraph like we did Keith. Keith was inconclusive, to be honest with you, on whether he was involved or not. But 100% James was showing the truth.
Detective Wallace continues to stress the polygraph results, and much, much more importantly, the fact that all available receipts, phone records, and other actual material pieces of evidence align with Reyes' story. Sherry, for her part, just buries her head in her hands, perhaps hoping that if she can't see Detective Wallace for long enough, he'll cease to exist and none of this last hour will have ever happened.
He did have bruises all over, but how those bruises got there are because you did it and James did some. The reason why your nose got broke is because you held the hockey stick to your face and he forced it into your nose. The reason why the brand is in a straight line is because he did it. He described exactly where it was. He told us exactly how he did it, where he did it, how he did it. Only you and I and maybe 5 other people know where the brand was. He told me immediately. Robert told friends and family you were there. His mom knew that you were there because of course it went news and everybody knew you guys dated. Everybody knew you guys had a relationship. So when it happened, of course, family reached out to him. He told him, yeah, she was here. But it said it hurt her. I didn't hurt her. So,
what are you thinking, Sharon?
She's thinking, okay, Ryuk, we need to do the Shinigami ideal so I can kill these detectives and my husband and James. And then I'll be home free. That's what she's thinking.
That doesn't make any sense.
Why doesn't it make sense?
what actions doesn't make sense?
A lot of it doesn't make sense.
Can we talk about those?
Well, yeah, of course, you're the one who did. That's why it doesn't make sense. It's just your master plan.
No.
Are you calling James a liar?
Yes, all men are liars.
Are we not believing James what he told me?
No.
I know you're
I
scared.
cannot believe that it is James.
I can't believe James told us the truth. That's what I can't believe. He passed a polygraph, Sherry.
So did Keith.
No, he didn't. He was inconclusive. And he was involved.
So James is involved.
So now we've graduated from fake protest.
Whoa, so James was involved this whole entire time? Whoa.
Of it can't be James to trying to concede that he was involved. You almost have to admire the tenacity of trying to pull off a frame job this late in the game. But if you want to implicate an ex-boyfriend in a kidnapping that never happened, you have to set up all the pieces of your story while you're still in his house, then lure him into the confines.
No, because that requires you to think like 20 steps ahead, like chess. She can't do that. She can't even play checkers. She plays fucking Hungry Hippo.
Of his bedroom with the promise of sex, where you slash his throat and stage the ensuing bloodbath to look like a struggle. Leaving him alive and trying to set him up after he's already told on you just won't cut it.
Saying since your marriage you haven't called James?
No, I haven't called James.
Because earlier you said you had contacted James. His phone records show that you do. You did.
It will never be known what Sherry was trying to convey in this moment by pointing to Agent Jackson while looking at Keith. Maybe something along the lines of, hey, all the stuff this guy's saying right now,
it's bullshit.
Phones don't lie.
He's lying.
Lie, Sherry.
The investigators continue to stress the hopelessness of Sherry's situation, and Sherry continues to sob. Keith leaves the room, and Agent Jackson tries an alternative question on her. Did she run away because of abuse? It's a good one, seeing as that's what James Reyes alleges she at least insinuated when appealing to him for help. Sherry, to her credit, doesn't take the bait, though.
Now it's your opportunity to say, were there issues between you and Keith? Is that why you needed to leave? I mean, we read your text message. We're already aware of some issues, but enlighten us if that's the case. If there was a valid reason for you to leave, let me know what that was.
James said you had your jaw broken by him, and that's why he came and got you, because you were in an abusive relationship.
My husband.
She's got a funny way of showing it, though, doesn't she? Apparently it's not the first time Sherry's leveled false accusations of abuse toward Keith either.
There was an incident at a party that you got heard playing, like, I don't know, Wii or Pictionary or something, and then you told other friends that Keith heard you.
Guys, my husband is an abuser. He hit me with the Wii remote while we were playing Wii tennis. Oh no!
There was witnesses at the party that said that you got hurt during a party.
And from what's known about what would invariably transpire following such incidents, these accusations were never aimed at getting Keith into any real trouble. Just as with the much grander lie that Sherry sits in this room for, it was all a sort of morbid form of play acting for which she presumably thought there would be no lasting consequences. The next hopeless play Sherry makes is attempting to deflect from the accusations at hand by confessing to the much lesser misdeed and non-crime of texting with James Reyes, among other men, in the lead up to her disappearance.
We've gone over...
My husband, I made mistakes and I talked to other men that I shouldn't have.
But we took it a step farther this time.
What's going on over here? No, don't play. Wait. Am I connected to another layer? I am so confused. Why does the jack-o'-lantern moon show that there's some content out here? And then when I select all, there's nothing out here. What? I'm literally so confused. Image, or select, inverse the selection, and then delete. Let's make sure clear. I have cleared everything outside of this spooky jack-o'-lantern moon. And now if I transform, what the heck? Okay, alright. This Photoshop is making as much sense as Sherry is right now.
This is a little different than just chatting with them. I appreciate you talking and being forthright about the other guys you were talking to. When did it turn into something more? Obviously, you never would have imagined that CNN in 2020 and Good Morning America would care about you wanting to leave Keith or wanting to teach him a lesson or wanting to get him in line.
No, I was just talking to James. I don't want to leave my husband.
Right,
I
well,
love my husband.
How are you talking? How are you talking to James?
I don't want to leave my husband.
There's more shouldn't have been talking to other guys and don't want to leave my husband for a while before Sherry goes back to it can't be James.
Can't be James.
in this game. We can
Sure, the DNA doesn't lie. He understood that the DNA didn't lie. So he came clean. Now it's your chance to do the same.
Yeah, because he's not a brainlet.
And if you don't,
That's why.
you're going to be shaking your head later and say, I should have told him what happened.
Don't do me like that.
Like what?
Then back to shouldn't have been talking to other guys.
I was talking to my mom.
What's that?
This is all my fault. I was talking to so many guys.
Well, we know
Such a stupid thing to do.
there's a big jump and a leap from talking to men to getting in a car with somebody. But that getting in a car with somebody is somebody you had a relationship with. He told us so many things. And he did it all for you. Nobody else. He got nothing out of this.
And you're welcome to go home, Sharon. But right now is your opportunity to tell us the truth. And
Can't be.
And toward the end, she even tries for not wanting to get the small Mexican in trouble again. Just incorrigible, this woman.
Who picked you up?
Wow.
Was it James or was it a female that pointed?
So honorable of her not wanting to indict the small Mexican woman. Wow.
I'm not talking to you about that. I'm not going to get anybody in trouble. I've told you before, I do not want anyone to get in trouble.
Well, you're going to get yourself in trouble at this point. That's where we're at.
You're saying that it's James.
No,
we're saying James's DNA was on you. We know you were in that room at his house.
Then if it
So the
was
question
the
is-
woman. Then if it was the woman.
Well,
Okay,
about the
that's why
woman.
we're asking you. It
Did
was
the
the
woman
woman.
put a pointed gun at you and put you in the car? Yes or no? Is that where we're at?
Don't remember.
You don't remember if a female pointed a gun at you and put you in the car? Is that what you're saying, Sherry?
I've always told you I don't remember getting in the car. I've always told you I don't remember getting in the car.
Correct. But did a female point a gun at you? Yes or no?
Remember.
Yes or no? It's not a remember thing. You've already told me that today.
You know who she is. I know you do.
It was always
You
Keith.
know who she is. I know you know who she is. I am not
we're on the
saying
wrong-
it. I don't want her to get in trouble.
She's not
I know
getting in
you know who she is.
You're getting in trouble.
I am
That's-
not. I didn't do anything.
Right? But right now, answer this one question. Did a female point a gun at you? Yes or no?
I am done speaking to you until I talk to a lawyer.
I'm
I will
done
not
playing
arrest
League of
her.
Legends.
I am with my children because of her. There is no way that this kid, he loved me.
You did love me. I agree.
With the right to an attorney asserted, the confrontation has to come to a close. Though Agent Jackson does ask Sherry
A little too late for that. You should have. That's the first thing you should do when the cops want to talk to you. Attorney. That's the only word I say to cops. Attorney. A cop stops me. Attorney. A cop asks me if I could reach the top shelf at Walmart. Attorney.
one more question, likely in all earnestness, but that could be read as a subtle dig given the context of Sherry's deeds.
One more question, just for your own welfare. Do you feel like harming yourself?
Welfare.
Do you feel like harming yourself?
No, I just hug my children and go home.
Okay. Well, you're free to go and do that.
And that was that. The case was solved, Keith was out of the dark, and at long last, Sherry Papini discovered a type of attention she didn't like.
Hey, what's up, Sherry?
Run!
On your husband?
I'm sorry,
Have you lied to investigate? Are you cheating on your husband? Sir, you don't want to say anything. Are you scared of going to prison? Are you scared of going to prison? Hey, come on, girl.
Oh, that guy is rough. Are you scared of going to prison? What the heck? Are you? Have you read the reports of the amount of people in prison who are pretending to be women's and doing stuff to real women's in jail? Have you heard about those reports?
Go to prison? What about all the hard people who donated money, Sherry?
Oh, she had a GoFundMe.
I was elected in jail. You got your husband?
And so the story ends in the same way it began, with Sherry Papini lying down on the back seat of a car, not being kidnapped. Ultimately, she would plead guilty to counts of lying to a federal officer and mail fraud, in a deal that gave her 18 months in prison versus a maximum of 25 years. It's not in any way similar to the ending of Gone Girl, where Amy Dunn sits down for a gushing TV interview, husband Nick by her side, secretly filled with dread by the prospect of bringing a child into this world with a woman he now knows to be a maniacal psychopath. You'll be glad to know Keith called it quits after the truth finally came out. And while technically it's too early to say what the custody arrangement will be in the long term, it's a pretty safe bet that any amount of time Sherry gets with the kids will be at his sole discretion. Another thing about Gone Girl's ending is that, as depressing as it may be, at least we're not left wondering why. Amy planned to frame Nick for her murder because she hated him for failing to live up to her ideals of what a husband should be. Then, when she decided perhaps he could live up to those ideals upon witnessing his completely insincere but perfectly acted network interview, she decided to let him off the hook on the condition he keep that act up, locking him in by covertly inseminating herself with his sperm. It's pretty messed up, but at least we understand what her angle is. With Sherry, though, it's still sort of baffling. Obviously, there's the pathological craving for attention thing, no escaping that. But the ordeal Sherry put herself and countless others through in late 2016 was such an order of magnitude more extreme than a teenager running away from home or telling friends lies about abuse that no matter how much you read into the case, you're left feeling like there simply must be some sort of catalyst for that dramatic escalation that somehow just hasn't come to light yet. For a woman with just about everything going for her to throw it all away, there must be something more. It just doesn't make sense. Until the moment it sort of does. We think such a moment can be found toward the beginning of Sherry's November 28 interview. She never says a word, but her face tells you everything.
We have police officers, detectives, investigators, whatever you want to call them, that are invested in people's lives. I've cried in the shower because of you, because of frustration. I'm tearing up now. Okay, I mean that's the level of care that you have. There's a heart involved when we actually care or give a shit about people. Okay, and for whatever reason, God has allowed it that He and I are on your team.
Some people will just always yearn to be cared for, no matter how much they already are.
First world, overly privileged, everything having people. That's the cause of this. It would be super duper cool if people, either out of their own volition, and if they are too afraid, then out of the government's pocket, we should treat them to the knowledge, reality, and experience of not being born and raised and pampered by our sufficiently advanced, sufficiently wealthy, sufficiently safe American life. I think for people like this, it's like you don't know how good you have it until you don't have it anymore. Unlucky. I forgot how I came across this video, and I thought it was going to be a true crime thingy with like a serial killer or something, or a murderer. I didn't think it would be one of these JCS inspired with with the humors, but for a very cognitively undeveloped person. And so the topic that I wanted to that came to mind when I saw this is why is it? I'm sure anybody listening, anybody who has access to the internet and who has access to this stream, you'll know what I'm talking about in a heartbeat. Why is it that women's love true crime TV, and then they're also scared of the dark when they go to turn out the light to go to bed at night? They turn out the light at the living room and they run to the bed and get under the covers. Why? Why are Western modern women like this? Why do they do? What is the obsession with true crime? There has to be. We gotta look it up. I think I got it from Discord somewhere. Let me type in this link that I have here. It could have been in my... Oh, fuck, I can't check my server because I can't search Discord right now because streamer mode is on. Fuck. Why does streamer mode kill searches? Big gay. The biggest of the gays. Okay, let's go look. Let's go see. Why do women love true crime? What's the meme here? Okay, we've got an article here from The Guardian. Published Wednesday, the 5th of July, 2023. That's this year? Okay, well, I guess she saw this video and then she's like, oh, I love true crime too. Let me go ahead and read an article. By Nancy Jo Sales on The Guardian. Why do women love true crime so much? I have a theory. The explosion of interest in true crime coincides with the rise of online dating. I suspect those things are more linked than I am pretty sure this was a meme long before mobile phones, and maybe, just maybe, by the time, like, when I was a kid and I saw like online dating websites on TV. Is Plenty of Fish one of those? Is that a website or is that an app? Fuck, what's that big one I'm thinking of? Like back in the early mid to 2010s or so. There's one website that I remember seeing ads on TV back when I had a TV. I can't think of it. Was it just like Match.com? Is that what it was? I feel like it could have been that one, but I feel like there was a slightly longer name than that. Anyway, I'm pretty sure this heading here coincides with the rise of online dating. I don't know, but let's go ahead and let's read her argument. See what she says. Women love true crime. Studies over the last few years report that women overwhelmingly make up most of the audience of the explosion of true crime podcasts, books, and TV shows. It's almost a... Maybe they have maybe because women's have certain fantasies in which raised adrenaline and or somewhat dangerous, somewhat borderline criminal activities with men that are also a turn on for women. Maybe that has something to do with it, and that's not surprising. But that's psychologically well known, well studied stuff. But I don't know if the connection to true crime and online dating is as strong as the heading here seems to suggest. It's almost a cliche. The image of a woman sitting with a glass of red wine and consuming with rapt attention one of the countless choices in the genre, from Dirty John to Murdow Murders, a southern scam. Is that the guy who was just recently? I think I saw a headline about this guy a couple days ago. Murdow. Alex Murdow pleads guilty to federal fraud and money laundering charges 54 minutes ago. Murdow pleads guilty to federal financial crimes but may face lie detector test. Alex Murdow pleads guilty to 22 counts of financial fraud. Okay, so it had nothing to do with... He killed his sons? His family? His entire family? I don't remember. I read it once, like, I had the headline, like, 3 months ago or something. Whatever, I don't care. I don't care. Researchers have offered a number of theories. Okay, maybe she's gonna say it. Researchers have offered a number of theories about why women are so attracted to tales of serial killers, murder, and rape. One possible reason, they say, is that women identify with the victims of violent crimes. Well, because women are so oppressed in our modern world. Whoa. Because women identify with victims of violent crimes, as women are often victims of such crimes themselves. In the U.S., nearly 3 women are killed every day by intimate partners. So they want it to happen to them, and that's why they read these stories? According to the CDC, over half of women have experimented sexual violence. Not experimented, the whole entirely different word. Not experimented with sexual violence, have experienced sexual violence. Okay, that's those are two entirely different things. Over half of women have experienced sexual violence, and women make up 70% of the victims of serial killers. Because they're weaker and easier targets, through consuming true crime content, studies say women experience catharsis. They work out their fears about their own vulnerability and perhaps their rage about what has happened to other women as well. They see in true crime a source of education about how not to wind up a victim. While none of these hypotheses sound wrong to me, I think something is missing. Why now? What else has been going on in women's lives during this time when they've become obsessed with true crime content? It's striking that the surge in women's interest in true crime is concurrent with the rise of online dating, particularly in the last 10 years when dating apps have become the #1 way people in the United States date. Serial, the mother of the true crime podcast trend, became a huge hit in 2014, the same time Tinder, the father of dating apps, went mainstream. Tinder was launched in 2012, and thousands of other online dating apps came to the market soon after. The mother of true crime podcast trend became a huge hit in 2014. Okay, but when did it launch? If it took like less than 2, maybe less than 3 years, then my serial crime podcast. So if this took less than 3 years or whatever, I would my thinking would lead me to believe that the audience just moved from TV and or news to podcasts, and I think that audience was already there. My assumption would not be that this podcast is the first instance of first of all of interest in true crime and serial killer stories, but secondly, I don't think this would be the first instance of women overwhelmingly consuming this type of content. Wikipedia. Serial podcast. Investigative journalism podcast hosted by Sarah Koenig, narrating a nonfiction story over multiple episodes. Season 1 investigated the 1999 killing of Hai Min Lee. Hyman? I hope I'm pronouncing that incorrectly. Killing of Hai Min Lee. Hae, that's the first name. Min, Min, second name or middle name. And then her last name is Lee. If the first story covered is a Korean woman named Hyman, we are on the front row seats in the palm of God's hand, who is a jester, who entertains us with such coincidences, if this is the case. It's probably pronounced hey. Okay, so this episode investigates in 1999. Okay, but what year was this podcast? Original release October 3rd, 2014. So it instantly became a hit, which means the audience was already there. So I think this pokes a slight hole in her argument. Let's see if she has any other supporting evidence for her claim, for her theory. Dating was never totally safe for women. But now, women are routinely going on dates with men who are virtually unknown to them, which can be scary. Once upon a time, people met through mutual acquaintances and community ties. Blind dates were not unheard of, but rarer. Now, most women meet men through dating apps, where catfisting and romance scams are not only possible, but common. Dating apps don't vet their users, though most users say they wish they would, which puts women at not insignificant risk, and on a daily basis if they date frequently. Women, of necessity, have become amateur detectives. Hey guys, I vet the people who I interact with and date with before going on our first physical date. I am an amateur detective. Women of necessity have become amateur detectives, often impressively adept at researching the backgrounds of their matches and potential dates. If the person that they're dating puts up all of their information online to begin with, I wouldn't call that detective work. I think most people on dating apps who are genuine don't go out of their way to hide a lot of information. They put it out there. They only have one email address for every single service. They only have one phone number for every single service. They don't spoof any phone numbers. They don't spoof any MAC addresses. They don't spoof any IPs. They don't use any VPNs. They use their real name on all their logins and stuff. They have their birth date as their passwords. I don't think I just thought of a good story I can maybe write, and I'll keep it to myself. It's mine. I will release it. I will copyright it. It is the detectives in true crime they are identifying with as much as the victims. Of the hundreds of women I've interviewed about online dating, many have said some version of, "Every woman I know could be hired by the FBI." Oh my God, no, I don't think so. If every woman you know could be hired by the FBI, then that means you pass the fitness requirement. That means you pass the cardio requirements, which most women probably do not. Which means you pass the shooting accuracy and timing requirements, which means you pass the drug requirements, the no use of drugs requirements. I don't know if every woman could be hired by the FBI. I don't know. Huge F to doubt. X to doubt. F to doubt. Look at me. Every woman I know could be hired by the FBI regarding her ability to find out the truth of someone's history beyond what he puts on his dating app. Whoa, that's a lot of work looking beyond the dating app profile. That's so much work. Whoa. This bitch probably doesn't even know what the dark web is. She probably doesn't even know what Internet Archive is. She probably doesn't even know that Control-Shift-I opens up the inspect element. And she thinks she's putting in a bunch of... Okay, buddy. Sure thing, buddy. I'm curious now. I gotta go conduct interviews. I gotta go find women who are into true crime, and then have them break down for me what their process is. I need to do a follow-up on this article. Oh, she's gonna say... Okay, here we go. I start by Googling and looking them up on their social media profiles and LinkedIn. Okay. If you Google them to look up their social media and LinkedIn, and you find them, 1, they're not trying to hide. 2, they're probably not dangerous. Or, right, they might be dangerous, but it would show up after like 20 years of marriage, maybe. I start by Googling and looking up their social media profiles and LinkedIn, a woman in her 20s told me. Then I run a reverse image search to see if their profile picture is really... I think everyone should do that. I think it both surprises me and pisses me off that people in my age range and younger who are adept at the internet do not perform reverse image searches. And even beyond that they have a pretty significant lack of understanding of online privacy. If you were like me, you probably were the smartest kid in the house when it came to computers because you spent most of your time on the computer trying to play your video games, trying to get them to run, trying to figure out what folders and directories are, and trying to look up on the internet how things work. Why are people in my age range not adept enough, self-learned about the internet and computers if you grew up in the 90s, or slightly after, or slightly before? Some of these kids these days are way too privileged to have grown up with smartphones where everything is... It's sort of like a walled garden. You don't have to get an app APK file from over here, and then you have to make it convert or make sure it's compatible with your thing. It just entirely it all works. That's dangerous. We need people who are able to, as they're growing up, as they're in their teenage or preteen years, they have to work hard to dig through the computer to figure out how it works. And we need more of that. And maybe then these women wouldn't consider themselves to be such great internet sleuths as to think that Googling and reverse image searching qualifies them for the FBI. I realize I'm throwing some shade here, but I'm being fairly honest with that's not particularly advanced, complicated, intricate things to investigate. That's the ground floor. That's the first thing you should do. Oh no. How much more info is she gonna give us? That's actually already things that you should do. Let's see. Potential dates, detectives, true crime. Okay, reverse image search. One study found that 73% of online daters have vetted their matches. Okay, that's good. See, look, 73% of people do it. So you think that qualifies you for the FBI? And it says online daters, not online daters who are only women. All online daters. Of this group, half said they unmatched with someone based off findings. I feel suspicious, a woman in her 30s told me. I might do a criminal record search or a public record search. Okay, that is getting beyond the reverse image search and Googling. That I can accept as being much more detective-y than the previous comments. So let's see if we get to the good stuff. Background check sites like Truthfinder and Information can be expensive, she added, but sometimes I'll pay for them. I don't want to get killed. Or it says, or tricked by someone who's married. But when I saw tricked, I thought it read. I thought it said, I don't want to get killed or tickled. Or tickled to death by someone who's a tickler. That's gonna be my dating app, Tickler. Women who date Women who date in the digital age have become online detectives to keep true crimes from happening to them. But they've also developed their sleuthing skills to find out if they're being cheated on. With smartphones, social media, and the dating apps have made it considerably smartphones, social media, and dating apps have made it considerably easier for men to do. The real mystery is he seeing someone else? Said another woman I spoke to. There's no trust anymore, and that's why so many women check their husbands' and boyfriends' phones. That's pretty cringe. I feel like you should be confident enough in your partner to not to know them well enough and to be confident in each other well enough before. What the heck? What's going on over here? What you doing in my closet for? I feel like you should get to a point where you don't feel as if you need to, and even you have no desire to check your partner's phone for anything. I feel like that's if you have that, then your stepping stones are way better. But I guess it's hard to date these days, so most people are probably gonna, I'll take a risk, and but maybe I'm also too curious. I gotta go check his phone. Apps that are used for checking on cheating spouses' phones abound, with names like mSpy and Hoverwatch. On Google and YouTube, there are hundreds of web pages and videos with names like How to Find Out If Your Partner is on Dating Sites. It definitely seems like the people who are being discussed and who are being interviewed for this article here are normies. I feel like indoor girlfriends who are gamers and or degenerates would have different methods. They would have more refined methods. And they probably also wouldn't. They would be less likely to speak about it like this. I don't think they would. I don't think many of those degenerate indoor only cat girlfriends would reveal their secrets. Women have also turned to other women on social media to help them find out if their partners are stepping out. In 2020, Carlita Victoria went viral on TikTok for asking users to assist her in finding out if her boyfriend was being unfaithful. Wasn't there a show about this called Cheaters? It was basically like, I think I remember it being on G4, wasn't it? I think I remember coming home from school wanting to check out X-Play or whatever, and then Cheaters TV show. And then sometimes Cheaters was on. Yeah, this entire Cheaters TV show. They have full episodes up here? Whoa! We gotta check out these episodes at some point. Once we get into the dating and relationships arc on the stream, we'll go ahead and go through those. No better time to start than now, though, right? So she went on TikTok asking for assistance. The internet moves quick, Victoria said in an interview after users confirmed her suspicions. I think part of the reason why my thinking leads me to believe that degenerate online gamer girls would have, first of all, better methods. Secondly, be quiet about their methods. And thirdly, be more effective and not so loud about it, is probably because they use 4chan, and so they're the kind of personality that kind of person has is quite different from a normie. I highly doubt any of these women interviewed here even know what 4chan is. Other than that 1 or 2 times that they heard it in the news that the hacker known as 4chan has taken Wikipedia offline for like 2 hours. Okay. In 2023, Michaela Miedzianowski Michaela Warhowski did a viral TikTok. I doubt the degenerate online indoor cat girlfriend internet dweller would go to TikTok for this sort of thing. Michaela Warhowski did a viral TikTok in which she discussed finding out her boyfriend was cheating on the Tampa page of Are We Dating the Same Guy?, a Facebook group where hundreds of thousands of women in cities all over the world play detective for their local online dating communities. Apparently, some famous women have turned detective to catch a cheater too. In 2015, Gwen Stefani and Gavin Rossdale announced their separation after Stefani allegedly found out that Rossdale had been cheating with her with their nanny through seeing explicit texts, including nude photos, and their plans to meet up for sex on the family's shared iPad, according to Vanity Fair. I do not consider a shared device and or information freely showed to you on a shared network. I do not consider that detective work. The anxiety over whether a partner is cheating has become even more vexing at a time when situationships or undefined relationships seem as common as committed ones. Nobody has to say if they're seeing other people anymore, which makes us crazy, so we're constantly trying to find out online, said a woman I know. Okay, look. That is a you problem, and the dating culture in which you choose to engage in and interact with and be a part of. I am more of the opinion that you should be open and honest with the people you're talking to and such. I guess I have a medieval background, and so maybe my medieval standards, my medieval code of chivalry and nobility is different from yours, but that's okay. You do you. But you run into your problems. Don't make it out to be as if, quote, nobody has to say if they're seeing other people anymore. No. You engage in that. You choose to be part of it. That's not how the world is. That's how your world is. And then there is the desire to see whether one's ex, whom one is reminded of more than ever due to his online presence, which you can close the browser, you can close the tab, you can block, you can mute, you can log out, you can delete your account. Well, you don't have to see it. You don't have to. What am I supposed to do? Just starve? I can't not eat for 24 hours. What am I supposed to do? I have to see his online profile. Who one is reminded of more than ever before due to his online presence is dating someone new. Peter Nugget, a TikTok comedian, has a very funny video with nearly 9 million views entitled POV, the FBI friend. In it, a woman's voice says, "Oh my god, guess what? I heard my ex is seeing someone." What? No way. My ex has a new partner? Unthinkable. Literally unimaginable. Whereupon Peter, wearing a blonde wig, holds up his computer and quickly says, "Her name is Emily Sanchez. She graduated from UPenn, works at a law firm called Kirkland and Ellis, and she shops at the Lululemon. Her favorite movie used to be Titanic until her mom died in a boating accident when she was 10 years old." No doubt that FBI friend will be binging secrets, lies, and alibis tonight. Okay, so the writer of this article, her theory and the competence, let's just say Dunning-Kruger effect. That's all I'll say. That's all I'll say. If you know, you know. But I didn't see any evidence in her article. I didn't see any sort of possible mention of the fact that because that serial podcast instantly the same year became a huge hit, she didn't connect the dots that maybe that audience was already there and women were already into serial killers and true crime info and true crime shows. The fact that in the same year it popped off leads me to believe that women in the 90s and the 80s and the 70s and the 60s and the 50s, they were already into these kind of stories. And probably that's why there are a lot of James Patterson books about killers, serial killers, and all of these woman novels about men who cheat and and relationships that aren't perfect. But I don't. That's just me. That's just me. That's my thinking. I have no evidence, but I think I have slightly better intuition than the article had, even any evidence that she could probably pull up. I don't think is as strong as my intuition. I hope the audience sees what I see. I almost forgot about this. I was looking for Kuromi pictures, for spooky Kuromi pictures, to make the thumbnail for this stream. And then I saw this. I assume this is from like a couple years ago. It says it's like for a company or something that's called Japan LA Kuromi Halloween Party, Saturday, September 23rd. And this is the picture of the Kuromi. It is a human-sized Kuromi mascot outfit. And the fact that it is the proportions of a person, the limbs and the tummy and the abdomen. Oh, Christ. Why did they do this? Why did they do this? I'm gonna post it in general on Discord. Ah, jeez. Why are they like this? who greenlit this. It's pretty funny. If I were to make a spooky house, a spooky haunted house for like a Halloween party or something, I would have this, and it would be like hanging ominously in the corner of the room. And every now and then it would do a little shuffle, and a little some lights would spark behind her, so you can just barely make out her silhouette. And then she would pop out of the darkness and spook you. But yeah, it is an amazing picture, and I want this. Okay, well, I have been going for 5 hours. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night here. So I think what I want to do here is I make like some clouds, and then we'll put that on in the foreground of this jack-o'-lantern moon. Maybe I can make actually real quick. Could probably adjust the color a bit, make it slightly more saturated. No, not brightness. No, we want to change the hue. I want to make it like a bit more moon-like. Oh my god, it's a blood moon. Spooky. Spooky. I guess what I could do actually is I can add a duplicate the layer, screen, and then here I think we can do make it a little more yellow, a little more pale. There we go. If we desaturate it, that looks a bit more pale. If we desaturate it by 86, I might have to do the same with the ambience. I think screen is good. It's too pale. Okay, so we need about 60% opacity on screen and then negative 86 saturation. We'll do this one here. Duplicate just in case I fuck up. Desaturate 86. Then screen 40. Or actually, let's leave it at 69. It's a good meme. That looks way better. That looks way more moon-like. Yeah, so we'll get a couple clouds, we'll put it at the foreground, we'll have the clouds floating in the sky to reveal the spooky moon. And then I'll probably have like a little UFO flying saucer occasionally passing by. And same thing with this witch Kuromi. Okay. Kill that. Save that. Here's my spooky dream that I told earlier. You can go back in the VOD at the beginning of the stream where I told the spooky train dream. That was pretty cool. I liked that dream. It was fun. And I guess that's it. That is all for today. For today. Also, working on those trees in that Kuromi Spooky Ween picture reminded me of the trees in Sonic Adventure 2, the spooky, the evil Chow, the evil Chow Garden. Let me go pull that up. Sonic Adventure 2, Dark Chow Garden. I want the evil, kind of like this. These spooky dead trees here. Is it just called evil? Evil Chow Garden? Because I'm getting mostly regular, the neutral garden. This one. Dark Garden. It reminds me of these trees here, and just looking at that, at those trees and drawing that makes me want to replay. Maybe that's what we'll do during the Spooky Ween streams. We'll raise a dark Chow, and we'll try to make him or her as evil as possible. We'll see if we can make the Chow look like a Kuromi's. And we'll see if we can win some tournaments. I think I tried playing it. The Steam version, but I don't recall if it was Sonic Adventure 2 or Sonic CD, where the frame rate that the game runs in is your monitor's frame rate, and I hate it when games do that. Harbingers. Oh, I thought it was like a Power Rangers thing. These two look kind of like Power Rangers, but it's a Gapex Legends event. Harbingers Collection event, September 19th to October 3rd. Ogre Cooked, State of Decay. It's a boomer. Planet Zoo, Resident Evil 4. It's a weekend deal. $40? Payday Tree. I still gotta play Payday 2. I still gotta play Payday 1. I gotta practice for reasons. Let me see if I grab Sonic Adventure 2. How much file size is this? Can I not? Does it not tell me? Ugh, whatever. We'll just install it. Oh, here it is. 3 gigs. Okay. Let's do this real quick and see what happens. I don't have enough space for it on my e-girl Steam Games drive. We'll put it on Gay Bowser. There's no Steam drive on Gay Bowser. Fuck. Unlucky. Can I make a folder in G drive? Here we go. Add a drive. The G drive. But I should have named it the G Spot. That's what the drive name should have been. The G Spot drive. Okay, so I added the G drive. Can I now install this onto the? I can. Okay, you guys watch this download. Make sure nothing goes bad, and I'll go pee and I'll be right back. And then we'll test, see if this game runs at the monitor's 144 frames per second. Arby is letting me know that it is midnight and he's hungry again. Why does he always have such a good grasp of the time? I wonder. Okay, let me go grab my controller. And also let me lower the volume for you guys so Sonic doesn't demolish your ears. I think my controller. Oh, I saw. Yeah, I have this Kuromi bag. I don't know if I should open it right now. I'll bring it down just in case. I was thinking it over and I just remembered that I do not have the camera plugged in, so I cannot do the Kuromi bag unboxing. We'll go ahead and do that on Halloween month proper. Okay. Okay, well, you guys will be spared from the super duper loud Sonic music, but I will not, so you should thank me. Let me just check. Is it the NVIDIA control panel where you can pick your frame rate, your monitor's refresh rate? Okay, yeah, here it is. So we have... I always forget which is which. Display port. Ultra HD, SD. Well, I think this is my primary display here, 120 Hertz, and then the secondary is 60 Hertz. Okay, let's do that. Let's go ahead and run Sonic. Oh no, it's gonna rape my ears! Ah! Oh. It has a thingy. It has a lawn chair. Resolution 800 by 600? 1920 by 1080, 60 Hertz is the max it goes to here. Okay, full screen. Actually no, don't do full screen. Let's do 1600 by 900. Let's do 1680 by 1050. 60 Hertz. Non-full screen. Okay, I hope this works. Ah! No! What the heck? Okay, I was in the wrong. Oh my, I can't skip this? I was in the wrong volume mixer menu. So I turned the Sonic thing, the Sonic audio down, but it didn't do nothing because that was in the wrong one. Wait. What? The controller doesn't work? Wait, what?
Let's do this. Let me show you
Oh
my
no.
real power.
Oh. It kind of does seem as if it's running at 140 hertz or 120 hertz. That looked a little too fast there. Okay, let's see. Or let me look it up actually, just to be certain before I launch it again. Sonic Adventure 2 Steam. Too fast. Oh, that's the second. The first result was Steam Deck. The second one is Steam Too Fast. In full screen mode, make sure a 60 Hz option is checked, or in windowed mode, set your desktop refresh rate to 6. Okay, before booting the game. Okay, so it was definitely too fast. It was not a trick of the eye. Wait, will it kill the stream? Will it fuck up my stream settings on OBS? I'm kind of spooked. Okay, well, since I'm not planning on playing it right now, I'm just testing it. Let me make sure the controller. Oh, okay, I see. It was set to keyboard. I thought I could choose both keyboard and the gamepad, but no. Gamepad, okay. Okay, now save and launch. I hope it doesn't reset back to full volume. My poor ears. Okay, now I can skip it.
File select. Options.
Can I? I can't change the audio levels from here. It is only through the Windows mixer. And it's already at the bottom. Look, it's at 6. 6 of 100. Unlucky. Okay, well, when I start playing this game to... Shut the fuck up. Go away. Yes. When I start playing this game to make my evil chow, I will have to make sure I kill my 120 hertz refresh rate. When is Halloween month starts? After next Saturday. Okay, so next Saturday is the 30th of September. On the 1st of October, which is that following Sunday, is when I can start. I can start doing my spooky Kuromi's backpack unboxing. So I have until then to figure out what games we're gonna play. Maybe we're gonna do some spooky watch parties on Discord. Or I have been wanting to do custom stories for Amnesia. Those were always fun. I played a couple back in the day. Thankfully, they could run on my shitty laptop. And they were fun. They were super duper fun. I think I did see as well that there are some Soma custom games. Friction. You can't jump up onto my lap and then miss and then dig your claws into my thigh. Frictional games, Soma custom games. Let's see. Creating a mod. Does Soma have custom stories? There are a few full custom stories, but the Extinction series by Draugmalf is not bad. The next chapter of the Countercurrent Games Penumbra Continuations is supposedly coming, COMMING, coming out on Soma. But they recently said that a demo version of Prisoner of Fate is coming soon. Soma custom stories on the Frictional Games forums? You are Frictional Games. You specialize in horror games and horror themes. Why does your website, why do your forums default to light mode? What the heck? Arby, chill. I get it, you're hungry. 1 second, buddy. Okay, let me read this real quick. Then go feed the hungry kitties. Soma does indeed have 3 custom stories, one made by Steam, user unknown, user known as Aesthetic Gamer on Steam. Wait. 2 stories were put into one and made by Frictional Games. They are not full stories, more just messing around with others. This was back in 2015. Okay, I'll do some research on this later. I'll find some custom stories for Amnesia, see if there are any cool custom stories for Soma. We'll try to play those for Halloween months, as well as Sonic Adventure 2. Try to make an Evil Chow. We'll do our Kuromi unboxing, and we'll see what else. We will see what else we can come up with. Okay, that is all for today. I have super duper hungry kitties who are about to start fighting because they want to get my attention so badly. So don't forget you can support my works at these links here. If you enjoyed the stream, thanks for letting me into your home, into your pewter. Thanks for hanging out. If you're here, you're probably enjoying the spooky things and the Kuromi arts and the memes and the articles and the Elamaus info. So if you like it, you can always support, and that'll help me make more. And that'll help me do a lot more things outside of stream. You can check out the Streamlabs there. You can check out Subscribestar for as little as $1 a month. You can support my works, which does a lot for me. You can buy my stories. I don't have any spooky stories, so maybe I'll try to start writing a spooky story and put that in the store. You can check out my store, Sophie Storehouse, at sizegg.com/shop. You can subscribe on Twitch. If you have Amazon Prime, you get a free tier 1 sub. You're already paying for Amazon Prime. Might as well toss me over a couple bucks. And lastly, you can type in those commands into chat, and you will get some Amazon links from which I earn commissions. Uh-oh. Is this super loud? I think it's super loud. I hope by next stream I'll be able to finish my spooky Kuromi Halloween's background, but I'm not sure, so we'll see. So I can have the Elamaus and the spooky moon in the background here. But good luck, have fun, don't die, don't be stupid. Try not to be abducted by a UAP. Try not to be cat-fisted by a woman's on a dating app. And if you're gonna commit a crime, try to be smart about it. Unlike Sherry Pippin. Because if you're gonna be made fun of for your crimes in a YouTube video, people should at least be able to say about you, at least you're somewhat smart. don't forget that I did everything right and they indicted me. And I will see you next time. Bye-bye.